world and also in the normal rural India. He is a very well-known personality. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Sridhar Vembu, founder and CEO of Zoho. I would request Mr. Sridhar Vembu to kindly come over for the session. Zoho is an Indian multinational technological company which makes web-based business tools with a turnover of more than 5,000 crores. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Sridhar Vembu. And of course, the fireside chat will be moderated by Dr. Srivatsa Krishna, Principal Secretary, DPR, Government of Karnataka. So let's give a round of applause to both of them. So creating unicorn magic. So we started the day with Jadoo and jobs in rural India. It's straight away over to Dr. Srivatsa Krishna to take us through this session.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great pleasure to have you all back. The morning session starts off with Sridhar Vembu, who needs no introduction. I believe he's the only startup, to the best of my knowledge, who has become a unicorn and beyond. He's much bigger than a unicorn today, probably $10–20 billion in valuation, without taking a single cent of venture capital money. That is extremely difficult to do. The second unusual thing about him, he went like all Indians first to Qualcomm, where he designed the chip, which now is going to be used in 5G, and from there went to the Bay Area as an immigrant, conquered the Bay Area, and is now back. It's the only unicorn in the country which runs out of a village, Tenkasi, in Tamil Nadu. So, and I dare say, with his permission, my hope, and knowing a little bit about what's going on, I hope someday we see him in the Union Cabinet or as the next Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Sridhar Vembu.
Srivatsa, I thought you were a friend. How much trouble do you want me to get into? So, for the record, I'm not in politics, I'm in business, and I have a lot to do in business, so I just want to clarify that because it comes up. Seriously, the one reason I'm in business is because I see for our country's situation today, the sheer number of jobs we need to create, and that motivates me. That's what gets me up in the morning. In fact, I travel our rural villages. Most of the travel I do is among rural areas now. In fact, I was in Gujarat 2 weeks ago, Gandhinagar, for an event. Immediately I told my host, take me to a village in about half an hour, 1 hour away. So I spent half a day there in the village, learning about Gujarati, how I first visit to Gujarat. So I spent time there. So that's where, to me, and immediately I kind of ask, so what are the jobs these youth are doing? What is the job you're aspiring to do? Those are the kinds of questions I ask. I get a glimpse, same thing I did near Pune, Maharashtra, that was 6 months ago. So everywhere I travel, I see the tremendous power of our youth that is coming from all these places. And that's where we are creating jobs. Now, last about a year, we have actually recruited and trained over 1,000 rural engineers now, from Tenkasi to Tirunelveli to Madurai, Tanjavur district now, which is my own native region, and in Coimbatore district, various places now. So that, to me, is the principal challenge facing our country. If you look at our demographics today, and 24 million kids born, and I bet about 60% of the kids even today are born in villages, like where I live now, in proper villages, 60%, maybe 65%, because once people come to cities, they stop having kids. So even if the urban population is growing, that's only due to migration from villages. The kids continue to be born in villages. They're not born that many in the cities. So as a business person, if you're an entrepreneur, you should go where the source is. So it's a very natural thing. I somehow get celebrated for going to a village, but I just rationally go where the source of my talent is. And it's very easy to find. In Bangalore, people will complain about not having talent. I go to Tirunelveli, we put out a requisition, we'll have 1,000 people show up immediately. We have to train, of course, and we train. So we have faculty, we have trainers, we do all that. And that's what we invest in. Primarily, we invest in training. So rather than invest in real estate, we invest in training. So to me, investing in people is better than investing in real estate. That's how I see the trade-off. So these are all basic ideas I have. It's not anything complicated. To me, it has to be simple. It has to be reduced to a very simple, something that anybody can understand. So I give you a manufacturing. In fact, we were talking about manufacturing and rural manufacturing. I'm looking at this problem right now. The rural manufacturing, for example, now is, we talk about land in a Tirunelveli district, very close to where I am, about 5-6 lakhs an acre. And these things have close to highway access, maybe not the national highway, but at least a state highway access. We're talking about 5 lakhs an acre. And in this, can we build manufacturing? And you look at the labor, your security people, all of the graduates, college graduates in these villages are hunting for jobs that pay them 15,000 rupees a month, 10,000 rupees a month often. In fact, just last week I was shopping for my next dhoti in the local shop in Kadayam, and I asked the sales lady there, what have you studied? She said BA English. I asked, how much do they pay you? 5,000 rupees a month. 5,000 rupees a month in Tenkasi. And she has studied BA English. How many hours do you work? 9:30 to 8:30. 9:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. 6 days a week. She gets 1 day off for 5,000 rupees a month. And if anybody tells you that Indian labor is expensive, Indian land is expensive, everything is expensive, they have not seen this reality. This is the reality. With this, we can make manufacturing work. We can create jobs. That's what I see. On one side, you see the poverty, right? On the other side, you see that this is what we have to, this is the talent pool that we can build a country on. We can build manufacturing on. And why are the pens in your pocket right now, the pens they distributed made in Japan? We should be making them. Why are those folders, those folios made in Japan? Again, we were talking about this just this morning. They should be made in India, and these factories are the ones we need. That lady making 5,000, she could be making 20,000 rupees for that same level of education. She could be easily making 20,000 rupees. Then our family just goes up instantly. So that is the challenge to me of all of this. The bringing citizens, entrepreneurs, government closer. The entire purpose is that person making that 5,000 rupees job now, working 6 days a week, 11-hour days. That's our challenge. So I want to just, I always try to personalize this. Who are we really working for? It is that person. In fact, that is why about 2 weeks ago, our governor of our state, Sri R.N. Ravi, visited our village actually. He came to this last village. In fact, they had to fix up the roads because the roads were so narrow, not navigable, so his car could come. And he spent about 3-4 hours there, learning about what is going on. Because I met at an event and he told me, I actually want to learn about all this, what you're doing there. So he visited this village. I told him, these are the people we are serving. Right? These are the people who need jobs. These are the people who eventually show up in Chennai or Bangalore. And these are the people who are staying at the bottom half of that society as migrant labor. But if we can save them there, well, Bangalore will get less crowded. By the way, right from my village, there is at least 20 people in Bangalore. Driving autos, driving taxis, delivering food, all of that. I know because I meet them there. When they come home, I meet them there and I ask, where are you? Well, I'm in Bangalore here. And they tell me, if you have an office there, I'll visit there. They tell me. So that's, I see the other side of India, right? Where the source of all this labor is coming from. But that's where our challenges are to me personally. That's why I go sit there. Which is why when you mentioned Delhi, I say, I'm very happy where I am. These are where the projects are. I want to do this in 10 more places, maybe 100 more places in the next 25 years. That's my dream right now. But this is actually very, very fulfilling work. This work where you are taking these really raw talent, slowly shaping them up, and they can compete with the world. And this is where I'm going to share with you our Tenkasi office story. And we started about 11, 12 years ago. and I sent 5 engineers from Chennai. And the way we selected those 5 engineers, they volunteered. They said, I'll go there. This is my native region. In 1 or 2 cases, I want an adventure. But other places, other guys, because it's my region. And I told them, this will take a long time. You don't go there and complain that I don't have this, I don't have pizza, I don't have a mall, all of that, right? I told them all this. So you're not going to miss your pizza in Chennai, you're not going to miss your shopping mall, all of that, right? So they said, yeah, I don't miss any of that. So they went there. And today that office has now grown to about 700 people. At least 600 were drawn from the surrounding district. About 30, 40 kilometer radius, maybe 50 kilometer radius. That's our catchment area. 600 of the 700. The remaining could have come from Chennai, Coimbatore, sometime north. There are people from Bengal working in Tenkasi now. And you'll see the all of India there, but about predominantly local. About 80% will be local. So that is how the office has been built. But what is more impressive is what the work that is being done. The software built there, which is Overdesk, it's now in production and they are using this. They're paying us in from Germany to US, all the leading companies. Pretty much you name a leading company, our software on Tenkasi is actually there in it, one way or the other. So that is what we have been able to do in the last 10 years. And yet, when I go visit somebody, people often tell me, you really cannot do this, right? You cannot be building this there's all these challenges, they'll tell you. And I met an entrepreneur yesterday. Okay, he's from Tirunelveli and he has built a very impressive garment company in Tirupur. And one of the reasons I like this man, he tells me, his name is David, he tells me, I don't accept something that you cannot do as an answer. I want to find a way in which you can do this. It's the same attitude. If somebody tells me this kind of machinery cannot be built in India, immediately my attention goes up. Then I'll say, how do we figure out how to make it here? Because the cannot do is not to me acceptable. And we have this often defeatist mindset. Again, so many people will tell you, you'll see editorials written, opinion op-eds written, how we cannot compete with China. I completely disagree. Actually, we can compete with China. In fact, we are actually profitable in China. We have about 200 people in China. We sell software there. We have been profitable for 20 years in China. So we overthink this, right? We have not been overrun by Chinese competition. Not only that, we export software to China. We export software to Japan. We have a profitable division in Japan. We have about 200 people in Japan. In fact, our Chinese staff are extremely loyal. Our attrition rate in China is lower than in India. So that's what we have built in China. We have in both Beijing and Shanghai. Thanks to them, I visited some Chinese countryside also. Because I go to China, I tell them, take me to a village. I want to see Chinese villages, I tell them. So thanks to our Chinese staff, I visited some Chinese villages too. I've also, of course, taken their high-speed train. So I want to experience that, and I said 350 kilometers. And so China has built all this in the last 20 years. We saw this, all of us saw this. And we can do this here. And we must do this here. I want to take a train from Chennai to Bangalore, which comes in 1 hour. It's only 300 kilometers, so it's 1 hour, easy. I want to come like that. From Tenkasi to here is about 2.5 hours tops. And it should be possible. From Kanyakumari to here is maybe 3 hours max. A train can do this in 3 hours. All of this we must aspire to build. And if we have that mindset, we can do this. And when I go to, for example, Coimbatore district, which is the industrial capital. In fact, it's becoming the industrial capital of India as a whole, not just Tamil Nadu. I mean, remove the IT industry, you look at traditional industry, the Coimbatore belt has so much of industry. You'll be surprised how much is there. And I visit entrepreneurs, and their challenges, of course, now cost of living, because Coimbatore has become as expensive as Bangalore now. You visit, you will see how much building is going on there. And they complain about it. I say, well, you shouldn't be here. Go fan out to other parts of India. Don't bring labor here because you're just overcrowding your city here. Go fan out to other parts of India. Go come to my district. I will set up a factory for you. Go to Bihar, go to UP. In fact, I am taking that advice. Right now, I'm actually scouting for locations in UP for our next northern adventure. And again, I'm not looking in Lucknow, I'm not looking in Kanpur. We are going to tier 2, 3, 4, like that, go down the list. So that is how I think. And it would take 3-4 years longer, maybe 2 years longer, right? But it's well worth it. Those 2-3 years are well worth the learning experience. This is something I've repeatedly observed. I'll give you a later story. During the pandemic, this actually happened during the pandemic, I went to my native village in Tanjavur district. I said, we are going to start a center here. Because, the people there would always complain. Sridhar, press reports come, they tell you are a native of Tenkasi, we get so hurt. You are from our place, and people don't even recognize that you are from our place. People think you are from Tenkasi. So what have you done for us? So I said, okay, we'll start an office there. And this was during the pandemic. During the pandemic, how are you going to hire? How are you going to do anything? Well, it turned out in the villages, people pretty much ignored the pandemic. Which is why I got on this early. In fact, it's approximately 2 months into the pandemic, it disappeared from these villages. Absolutely nobody paid attention. I tell you because I was traveling all over and not a single person cared. And the reason is very obvious. The agricultural workers, they have to work in the field anyway. How are you going to stop them? If they don't work there, we don't eat. So because of that alone, the pandemic disappeared. And in all these villages, there was nothing. So when we started the office, we drew talent from the neighboring villages. They started coming to the office. So there were lockdowns in Bangalore, Chennai, in IT sector. The government had relaxed it. IT sector was still in lockdown, but we had our offices open. So we could do that, right? In 2020 later, today that office has 30 engineers now working. More impressively, they have built software now that's deployed in Tirupur garment belt, automating processes now. And they got us into a sector, ERP, we actually did not have product before. This was all done in that small village of Urugacheri team, about 30 engineers, all drawn locally. This was all done in the last 2 years. And we could find the talent, we could train, and we could do all this. So that is, again, we did this in the last 2 years. This was not like 10 years ago story. So I think this is what we need to aspire more. And the critical thing that I do is that, to me, whether I start a school, whether I start this, I have a clear conviction of where we are going to head and communicate that. So leadership to me is about having that internal conviction and communicating that to our people so that there is, and I also don't ask people to believe. Instead, I ask, if you believe, join. So that's a difference, right? I don't say you must believe this. I say, if you actually believe this, come join here. So there's a difference. And whoever comes is whoever is meant to come. When you open a village office, whoever comes there is whoever is meant to come. I don't complain that this person or that person didn't come. I find whoever is coming there is the one who's meant to come. So we build with them. And that's how we have built all this. And it was the same story go back 25 years ago, the same story in Zoho. If you look at our staff from the earliest days, almost all of our senior leadership, their original claim to fame would be, I got rejected by TCS, I got rejected by Infosys, I got rejected by Wipro. That would be the story. Because nobody would join a product company in 96. Product companies didn't exist. But even then I made it very clear we are going to be building products. That's going to be our mission. So we never wavered in that objective. We are going to be building these products. It'll take us a long period and we will stick to this. It's the same thing. Yesterday I spoke to our school teachers. I told them, I want you here 30 years. I want you here 40 years. We want to build 100 schools like this. 100 village schools like this. So you are going to be here. That's what I told them. So once there is a very clear sense of purpose, people align. And it is ultimately, that is all there is. I don't consider myself a great administrator. In fact, I'm a lousy administrator. Our administration in Zoho knows very well to not leave matters to me. Because they know, you can ask our vice presidents, all of that. If you leave it to me, you'll screw up, they'll say. But then why are they here? Because they believe in the purpose. They'll say he will articulate a vision, he will give you a sense of purpose. That is the most important thing in this, because once you have that, then slowly you can find the talent to do this, to do that. For example, our real estate team, our construction team, they know what my vision is, they know what I want. They go make it happen. And I don't know how to make it happen actually. I don't know how to go, for example, build these buildings in rural office, get all the permits, all of that. There is 100 steps involved. But our real estate team knows all that. Our real estate team knows how to get the permitting, all of that. But what they know is that this is the vision, we have to achieve this here. We have to get this office up and running in 6 months. Let's do whatever it takes. That is the purpose that the leadership has to convey, a clear purpose. The second most important, and this is again why people believe in a mission, if they see any hint of selfishness, that I'm in this so that I'm going to leave them all out to dry, I'm going to be only personally benefiting from all this, nobody will believe. So for leadership, governance, that it's extremely important. Ultimately, it is people have to believe that we are in this together. Our leader is in this with us. He will go down with this ship. And if this ship goes down, he will go down with us. That is important. Because it's very often, if that's missing, that element is missing, people won't align around this cause. And so everything we do, every project, it is that I convey, that we are in this together. I'm going down with this ship if you go down. If this product fails, my neck is on the line, not just yours. So those are the things that I convey. Once that is clearly conveyed, once that belief system takes hold, magical results come. And it will take time. Again, the next ingredient is time. There are projects where we have worked on the first round failure, the second round failure, then the third round, we got it right. And this has repeatedly happened. And maybe it takes 10 years sometimes. And there are products which have been not profitable for us more than 10 years. And we are continuing to invest in R&D. Why do we invest in that product? We believe in it. We know that the market is there. We just haven't gotten the formula right. That can happen. Like if you are going to start something, like I want to do this microphone here, right? Well, this looks trivial, but I'm sure there's a lot of intricate stuff here. I'm sure this is German made, very likely. Right? If I'm going to start this, well, I don't know anything about it. The engineers are going to come in and know very little about this. They'll build crude prototypes, very crude products. But the key is not that your first product is crude. The key is you persist in it so that the third or the fourth iteration is good. And then maybe by the seventh iteration, you are better than them. Where did I learn this? It's from Japan. You study Japan, you will realize how many of their companies, they actually became world class only after the third, fourth, fifth, sixth. So they had impossible levels of patience. And that's something that we need to inculcate. This is something that I keep saying. This is something our engineers, our managers would have heard this lecture from me 100 times, 500 times. About patience. We have to go at it again. The next round of attempt at this. And in these markets, there is a sort of a winner-take-all dynamics in a lot of these. Once you become stronger, you tend to become even stronger. More talent tends to accumulate towards you. This is also something I've seen in Zoho, where some effort takes off. Now we actually, in Tenkasi, we are building a 1,000-seat facility because a lot more people want to come and work there now. It's becoming a hub now of software development. So, and where it was nowhere on the map, now it is a hub of software development. A lot more people want to work there now. And sure enough, you'll find within 5-6 kilometers from our office, you find shopping malls, very sleek movie theaters, all of that have come up now in Tenkasi. So all this, nobody could imagine 10 years ago, and this is happening. Even new highway is getting built. It became a district. I mean, we were a small town. It became a headquarters of a new district, carved out of Tirunelveli district. All this happened because we managed to put all these jobs there, and they went and built houses. the retail happened, all of that. There was a local development. We measured the impact. Actually, we hired a socio-economic survey firm. Incomes jumped about 50-60% real incomes over a 7-year period in that area. And people visibly, you could see from auto drivers to everyone has more business now. Simply just more business for all of them flow through the income that we are injecting. And the key to that, it's very, I developed a full economic model around this. It's simply a district like this has no balance with the rest of the world. What we sell is agricultural products, what we buy is everything else. From tractors to cell phones to motorcycles to medical equipment, we are buying. We are only selling agricultural products. This is a path to poverty. There is no balance in the system. What we need is far more expensive and far more complicated than what we sell. A farmer put it very simply this way. When we go buy seed and fertilizer and pesticide, all of that, they name the price. When we go sell our crop, they name the price. Very simple, no? It's a 10-second economic lesson. The farmer's lot is that they get the price named for them, whether they buy or whether they sell. And the only way out of that is to create balance, get some economic measure of economic control. And I always felt, this is my 25-year lesson, the only way to gain economic control, whether it's a district, whether it's a village, and whether it's a nation, is to master technologies, critical technologies. If we don't master critical technologies, we will never gain our own economic control. People who control technology will control us, one way or the other. And you see this, that is another challenge to governance today, the big tech platforms. The big tech platforms today, they operate on a global basis. They are accountable to no one. That's the reality. They'll give you nice sounding lectures. But I'll ask you, our Indian government, our state governments, they are subject to democratic law. What law is Google or Microsoft or Facebook accountable to, or Twitter? You can say American law, but then they have Europe, they have everywhere, right, operations. So it's extremely important for us to master technology in order to bring accountability to our own governance. Whether we like it or not, a lot of things we have to fight it out locally, whether we want something, we don't want something, there has to be local technology control. Developed world understands this, by the way. France understands this, Switzerland understands this. So we must also understand this, which is why one of my thing is not just building technology, building very core technology, and that technology is what brings balance to our economic development. And so this is also a key passion of mine. So now what the next project I'm on is to master capital goods, the goods that go into factories. So I mentioned Coimbatore district, I visited about 15 factories. 90% of the capital goods are made abroad. It could be German, it could be Swiss, it could be Japanese. And it is mastery of those capital goods are essential for our economic future. Now, very graphically, I'll illustrate this way. A Tirupur businessman complained to me, I pay 20,000 rupees for a tailor in my garmenting unit. Bangladesh pays 6,000 rupees. Africa pays 3,000 rupees. How do I compete? Then I asked him, what machines do you buy? All the machines. Do the Germans have to compete with Bangladesh or Africa? Why don't you look at the Germans as your competition, not the Bangladeshis as your competition? That's what I told them. In other words, compete with Germany then. If your labor is too expensive, compete with Germany. Don't compete with Bangladesh. Right? So because 20,000 and 6,000, already you can see the stark difference between Tirupur and Bangladesh in terms of textile. And sure enough, if you go to a Reliance showroom, you will see made in Bangladesh, textiles, which is jobs that Tirupur has lost now. And so we have no option but to move up the ladder in those belts, and moving up the ladder means technological mastery. There's no two ways about it. And what this requires, investment in R&D. And I tell you one thing, R&D is not as expensive as you think it is. R&D is actually one of the lowest cost investments you can make, because the knowledge that, for example, I'll give you an example. I did a test. I hired a group of really solid engineers, asked them to design a washing machine. And the entire budget for creating and designing a washing machine is about 3 crores. Look at the market size for it and look at this, right? 3 crore investment in R&D can actually get you a washing machine designed. And maybe I have 3 attempts. I'm going to make a mistake first time. I'm going to make a mistake second time, third time. It's a 10 crore investment. And look at all the venture capital floating around and set it against this 10 crore here. This is what our own businesses have to attempt. Why is this important in this thing? This is entrepreneurs is important because once we have these entrepreneurs, you have a natural leadership. You have natural leadership for governance too. Ultimately, I look at every company as a mini governance unit, right? We take care of a lot of problems. For example, we donated in Tenkasi district, because I'm there now, we are actually creating a lot of infrastructure, public infrastructure. We donated 25 of these trash collection machines for our local panchayats. We donated a food truck for food delivery to very poor orphanages and all that. Excess food from restaurants, we collect and donate now. But we donated the food truck that's operated by the government, but we donated this. We donated oxygen concentrators during the thing. All that is because there is a company there rooted in that soil. And if 800 districts there are solid companies, then our governance problem is half solved already. And you also have a natural leadership to draw from for future leaders, be it ministers or whatever. You have these entrepreneurship base. That is where the leadership should come from, because you have already been trained for leadership in a way. You are running teams. You have 100 people organizations. You have 500 people organizations. That to me is the natural path to leadership long term. So that's why I think that it is important to build these institutions, and it is important to build them long term. One last word, in Bangalore we are building a lot of companies. The thing I see missing is it's all too exit focused. There's too many VCs floating around, which too much exit driven. That's the incorrect strategy for our nation. We need companies that stay the course. We don't need companies that sell out and exit. And yet a lot of our venture capital is driven around exits. Which is one reason I stayed out of the VC ecosystem is I fundamentally don't believe in it. I told VCs in Silicon Valley when I was there, it's a religious difference. You come from a different religion, I come from a different religion. I don't accept your religion. That's what I told them. So, and that, we need that religious conviction here. It is religious almost, because their approach, even in Silicon Valley, it has issues. But in our nation, we need companies that stay the course, that stay the 30 years, attempt these washing machines the third time. Those are the kind of companies we need. So we have to rethink how we are financing this, how we are building these companies. Because that is critical to our nation building, not just company building. So with these remarks, I'm going to leave it open for questions and maybe a fireside chat. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Sridhar, for a very inspiring talk. Yesterday when we were chatting, you mentioned something very unusual, which I've never heard before. You said leadership has to come from those people who don't get it past highly competitive exams like the IAS and IITs. Those who get into the IAS and IITs, of course, go away to do different things. But you said those who don't, the leadership is there and we have to bring it out of them. What are lessons from those entrepreneurs whom you have created as leaders, which we in government can learn from?
So one issue I see, the life is not a competitive exam, right? A company is not a competitive exam. In fact, I went through JEE, right? I went through Princeton. I pretty much burnt my PhD to start the company. I said I have to unlearn all of that, essentially throw out all of that. Throw out all of that. So if somebody, that's why I don't use the PhD in my name tag at all. I kind of liberated myself from it, because that's actually not useful at all for what I do now. Because here, the challenges it throws at you are completely different nature. It requires thinking on your feet. It requires all of these. And the particular system of what we have, competitive exams, doesn't necessarily prepare you for that. And you have to navigate differently.
So what
which is why you notice our greatest leaders didn't do very well in exams. So
what are those qualities which you see in your leaders, which are worth emulating?
The critical first thing is that they have a burning desire. I mean, I have a person actually, guy who was an awesome, brilliant software engineer, who's built really brilliant teams. And you go look up his college record, he himself will tell you. He flunked 7 of his, 30 classes. Flunked, truly flunked. And it took 2 or 3 extra years to even clear them. Let's say from him to UPSC will be a distant dream, right? But yet he runs now a 200% team. He delivers really impressive software, absolutely world class. This is the type of talent that exists. And the way to find them, and this is actually, in fact, yesterday this entrepreneur I met, David, I mentioned, he told me he's running a project in government schools where he specifically targets the boys who are doing poorly. A lot of the boys are doing poorly, by the way. If you go, you'll see the visible difference. The girls are doing well academically, the boys are doing poorly. This is visibly you can see in government schools. So he's targeting them to get them into activity outside of school, tree planting, cleaning the villages, all of these. And then he's creating awards specifically for those activities. In other words, I don't care how well you do in your exams, but you planted 1,000 trees, here is a district award for you. He's creating this with the district collector is involved in this because he realizes this is a valuable effort. And these boys now are motivated to be trying these extra non-academic activities. To me, that builds leadership. And the formal stuff you can teach later. For example, if you require mathematics, I can even get you into a remedial class at 20, 25. But this leadership they learn at 15 is very crucial.
My other thought I have is you've created millions of dollars in wealth for the common man and lots of jobs in rural India, which even government hasn't been very successful in doing. Suppose you were to be asked to replicate the same magic in Karnataka. What are the prerequisites you require?
Well, the prerequisite is at least those 5 passionate people. I need the starting seed. The seed is a few people who are willing to move and stay the course. That's the starting point. Anywhere, even the office in Odugucheri, my village, native village where I started, there was one person. This one person actually had returned from US. He spent 10 years in Silicon Valley. He came back. He was visiting me, his social visit. He wasn't actually, thinking about anything. He saw this, that I'm building something in that village. He said, I will stay here. I asked him, are you serious? Yes, and I'm serious. He stayed. And he has built this 30% team. And he actually has built another 20% team in another village. Now we have 50 people he has built in the last 2 years. He had about 10, 15 years experience in Silicon Valley. It is that one person was acted as the nucleus. So those are the people we need. People who are willing to do this and then willing to stay the course, then we can build it.
You spoke about the pens being made in Japan.
Yeah.
Now, what the magic you've created is through services.
Yeah.
Now, so can you create the same magic in manufacturing? Is that
No, in
possible
software,
given some of the structural constraints of India?
The key, take Japan today. These pens were made in Japan. Does Japan not have any structural constraints at all? Their labor is costlier. Their demographics is extremely poor. Their cost of living is extremely high compared to India. How are they able to compete? How are they able to supply us pens? How are they able to compete in manufacturing? How is Switzerland able to export machinery to us? Swiss labor is the costliest in the world. In the world. You're talking about $100,000 salaries for factory workers. How are they able to export machinery to us? So the structural constraints are in the mind, not in reality. If you analyze the numbers, if Japan and Switzerland and Germany can compete in manufacturing, so can we. So one critical lesson, I'll tell you, what is Japan doing right? They invest heavily in tool making. If you take major Japanese manufacturers, whether it's Nikon, whether it's all of these cameras, all of these, they invest heavily in their own machine building. That's very critical. When you invest in those, you learn a lot. In fact, Zoho invests heavily in our own framework building. Zoho does not just ship products people use. Zoho builds the products that make those products. It builds the databases underneath. Most of that software is never shipped, meaning it's never sees as products. But there are vast teams. For example, all the security tooling in Zoho is built in Zoho, which means that the way we secure our software, there's tooling that's running, all of that is built. There are about 50 engineers who work full-time in security, but their products never see the light. We may eventually ship them as products. So the tool-making culture is very, very vital. And we have to make our tools, machine tools. From that, the end products flow. So this is what I'm investing in right now, tool making.
Last question, which with your permission I'll ask you. You have a huge following on Twitter. You have a huge following among youth in India. You've been going across the country. The Sangh loves you. What is next if it's not competitive politics? You have said you want to keep away from office. What is then the next logical step for a dollar billionaire who gave up everything from the Silicon Valley, came back to transform India?
So I want to do this in about 100 districts. What we are being doing in Tenkasi, about 100 districts. That's my goal. So that will be 25-year target I've kept. So we'll see. So I'm in maybe 3 right now. So I have another 97 to go. No, seriously, because see, if I can create 1,000, 2,000 jobs in each of these places, that will transform those places because you are creating the talent pool right there. And to me, that is much more, I'm much more useful doing those things than, there is a lot of talent like you in government. So I think more of us are not needed.
Thank you, Sridhar. In the interest of time, I'll have to stop now because we have the next valedictory session. I'm very grateful to Sridhar Vembu for having driven all the way from Tenkasi to come here to do this session for us. Over to you, Shakti.
Yes, indeed, it was a real eye-opener to start prior to the valedictory function. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Srivatsa Krishnan to kindly give a memento to Mr. Vembu. Yes. May your tribe increase, sir. Go from back. Thank you very much. I'm sure Mr. Vembu will be around, and if any questions are there, can be posed to him offline if he has the time. Thank you very much once again. In the next about 10 minutes, we will be having the valedictory. In the meantime, do reassemble in the next 5 minutes.
Sorry, we couldn't have the Q&A because they had to change the dais. Anyone who wants to have questions of Sridhar is welcome to meet you. Also, we have a QR code at the back of your agenda. If you scan that, all the presentations are there for downloading.
Thank you.
Singer get 3 more.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Shri Dr. Jitendra Singh is here. On behalf of all of us, I would request Dr. Jitendra Singh to kindly come over. We also have the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, Dr. K. Sudhakar. I would also request the dignitaries to kindly come over. The Chief Secretary, Srimati Vandita Sharma. I would also request Shri Amarnath Ji, Shri Rajput Ji, and Dr. Srivatsa Krishna to kindly come over. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we are all aware, the conference was a great success, which is an effort to bring the government and citizens closer through various administrative reforms at center, state, and district level. It's been a lot of deliberations wherein a lot of positives have emerged since yesterday during this regional conference. On behalf of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, and Department of Personal and Administrative Reforms, Government of Karnataka, I'm Shankar Prakash, extending a very, very warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory event of this regional conference on bringing citizens, entrepreneurs, and government closer for good governance. Tamagellarigu adarada swagata, suswagata. As per the rich tradition of Karnataka, where we all live, the event starts with offering our salutations to Jai Bharata Jananiya Tanujate Jai He Karnataka Mate, the Nadagite, the state anthem. So I would request all of you to kindly rise for the state anthem. There's a lot of talent in the government also. The employees here of the government secretariat will render the Nadagite.
ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದನ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಚಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಚಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯ ಬರರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರುದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
The state anthem was written by Rashtrakavi Kuvempu, which describes the flora and fauna of Karnataka, that under the umbrella of Mother India, Karnataka is blossoming. So thank you to all the employees of Karnataka Secretariat. At this juncture, I would request the Additional Secretary of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Sri Amarnath Ji, for the opening remarks and welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sri Amarnath.
Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister Dr. Sudhakar, Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, DG IIPA, Secretary AR Karnataka, Shri Srivatsa Krishna, Shri Rajput Ji, my colleague, distinguished participants, and all those who are connected online. Very good morning to all of you. I welcome you to this valedictory session of this two-day regional conference. This regional conference is actually inspired by Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, who has been inspiring us and guiding us to involve these startups and technology in governance. His constant guidance to us that how do we involve startups and technology in delivering seamless services to the citizens. And this workshop and conference is actually a result of that. So you will be happy to know that yesterday we had good deliberations and a large number of private sector participants were there, and it was a very good and fruitful discussion yesterday. And I'm sure the officers who have come from various states will find it interesting and will take note of the developments which are happening in private sector, which can be applied in the governance. Thank you. DRPG will handhold all those officers in the states who are interested in this. And it will be our endeavor that the lessons which are being taken from here can be taken to logical conclusion. I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Minister once again on this valedictory session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome address. We also have Sri V. Srinivas, Secretary of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, joining us virtually. But at the moment, I would request the Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Srimati Vandita Sharma, for her address. Yeah.
Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Government of India, Honorable Minister Dr. Sudhakar from Government of Karnataka, Mr. Amarnath and Mr. Rajput from the DARPG, and Mr. Srivatsa Krishna, my colleague from Government of Karnataka, who has coordinated and got this conference organized, and all the other dignitaries who are present here. I would like to, I will not take much of your time because I think I have taken a fair amount of your time yesterday also. But I would say it's a great pleasure to participate in this conference, and it's a matter of great pride for Karnataka that we are hosting, we are organizing this conference here jointly with Government of India. And of course, the learning experience for us also has been wonderful. It's a little differently organized conference this year, as we all have seen. The participation of the private sector has been very, very warmly accepted and warmly welcomed. So this actually is a pointer to the direction we are moving. Yesterday I was talking about very citizen-centric governance that we have to look at. And we were talking about how the aspirations and the expectations of the citizens need to be kept in mind by placing ourselves in the shoes of the citizens first and then behaving like public servants. So here we had, since yesterday and today also, we have had a lot of interaction with not only our very contributing citizens of this country, but also a lot of partnership that has been developed between the government and the private sector. So this is another way forward that we need to look at. Of course, governance itself, a lot of thought has gone in, a lot of deliberations have gone in yesterday also on internal improvements in our systems. But at the same time, we really need to look at how we can join hands with the private sector and ensure that our country progresses and moves in the right direction, and also the public benefits in the long run, not in the long run, actually in the short run, because this is not the age of long run anymore. We are now expecting things to happen today. There were times when we were very patient, and our public was also very patient, and they were cooperating with us. And we were, yesterday we mentioned Roti Kapda Makan. We do need Roti Kapda Makan, but we have moved a long, long way ahead. So keeping that in mind, not only the corporate private sector, not only the non-governmental social sector, but the corporate private sector also has come forward and joined hands and collaborated with the government in a very significant manner. And some examples of that have been shown. And since Bangalore is a hub for such activity, so I'm glad that our department for e-governance, our administrative reforms has harnessed that talent that is available here and showcased it. I'll not talk more about that, but it's important for us to see that we take the best, incorporate it, and implement it within our systems. Like some of the things that we spoke about, of course, technology is a very, very important part of today's progressive view that we are looking at. Technology alone can lead us to a very good contactless, paperless, and faceless delivery of services. And that can be and also very timely. Technology is very useful because we not only contactless and transparent, but also it's very, very timely. It can happen now, for example, all the DBT, Aadhaar-based DBT that we do, the moment we release it here, it reaches the concerned beneficiary, and immediately side by side SMS is sent to the beneficiary that money has been transferred to your account. So these are some of the things which we see are great benefits of technology. So today's world is moving towards a whole lot of improvement within our systems. So we not only see what is happening outside in the world to keep pace. Yesterday I was saying that we really have to move along with the changing world. The world is changing very fast. So technology has to be harnessed, and we do need to do that also at the lowest functionary level. That is a very important too. We need to train our field level, ground level functionaries in the use of technology. For example, somebody may have mentioned yesterday about the Grama 1 centers that Karnataka has. Actually, I don't want to talk too much about Karnataka. This is not just Karnataka, though I have taken the liberty of giving the entire booklet compendium of the Karnataka interventions to Mr. Amarnath. So he will take it forward after that. Whatever you want to do, we are here at your service. We will happily participate with Government of India to ensure whatever is to be done in the rest of the states. And so these are some of the things which, things like Grama 1 I mentioned only because that is a service-oriented intervention which reaches the last person. So it is the last mile connectivity which we have always had a problem. Governance has always been great at the top level. Policy making, how do we implement it, project making, program making, wonderful. As it comes down, as it trickles down, we know what happens. The dilution of the quality of the intervention starts taking place, and when it reaches the ground level functionary as well as the ground level beneficiary, we know that the quality deteriorates quite a bit. So that is where we need to harness technology and use technology, this is the world of technology, to ensure all this. So, and also at the same time, I would certainly like to say, we need to work together even with the non-governmental sector in the social sector, not just the corporate sector. We have been doing that. India has been a pioneer in this line for a very, very long time. We should not give up that because there a huge qualitative change takes place. Technology-based interventions will give you a large quantitative-based approach and reach to the ground level, whereas the working in collaboration with NGOs in small projects also gives you a very highly good quality approach as a kind of a showcasing in a small area which we can replicate, which we need to learn to replicate. So these are some of the things, and I will not take more time. We have very esteemed and eminent speakers, and we are all waiting for them. And I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for choosing Bangalore and Karnataka for this great, wonderful conference. Thank you, sir, and thank you all of you for coming. I hope everybody is happy and good takeaways are there.
The usage of technology would go a long way towards offering solutions in good governance. Thank you, Madam. As we can watch on our screens, we have Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Sir, can you hear us? I think you have muted the audio, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, over to you, sir.
Respected Minister of State for Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Sudhakar Ji, Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Srimati Vandita Sharma Ji, my colleagues, Sri Amarnath Ji, Rajput Ji, Dr. Srivatsa Krishna Ji, I seek permission of the Honorable Minister to address this regional conference valedictory session by video conference on health grounds. I am deeply privileged to welcome Dr. Jiten Singh to the valedictory ceremony of the two-day regional conference on bringing citizens, entrepreneurs and governments closer, which is being held in Bangalore on July 11th and 12th. An Amesonian with a tremendous passion for public administration, public policy, and good governance, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji has left a huge footprint on the governance landscape of India. Under his leadership, the DARPG has successfully pursued next generation administrative reforms to best fulfill the Prime Minister's vision of maximum governance, minimum government. The 8-year achievements of DARPG represent the many successful administrative reforms undertaken in implementing secretariat reforms, Swachhta campaigns, benchmarking governance and services, redressal of public grievances, and improving service delivery, recognizing meritocracy and replication of good governance practices. The Vision India at 2047 of DARPG, with emphasis on digital transformation and agile governance, young officers, collaboration with entrepreneurs was possible due to the leadership role played by Dr. Jiten Singh Ji. Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji has also driven DARPG to focus on the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning in CP grams, the integrated portal creation in pensions like the Bhavishya, office automation with e-office version 7.0, and single sign-on for providing government services. The CP grams and e-office have grown into very large digital platforms benefiting millions of India's citizens and bureaucracy. This is the 11th regional conference that I have organized in my tenure in DAR 2018. Regional conferences represent the Indian bureaucracy's quest for a new narrative through shared collaborative learning. The Bengaluru Regional Conference is unique in conceptualization, as it is the first time that we've had 2 sessions with private sector entrepreneurs which have been curated into the conference theme. Besides, the government of Karnataka has brought in its inherent and traditional strengths in governance as symbolized by the recommendations of the Administrative Reforms Commission of the state government, the near 100% saturation of services on the Prime Minister's awarded initiative of the Seva Sindhu portal, technology and industry interface. And today we heard the inspirational Sridhar Vembu on how a unicorn can be developed from a village in Tenkasi if technology and research can be put to right use. In fact, I greatly enjoyed listening to how a washing machine could be designed with a research cost of rupees 3 crores. Let me summarize the learnings from the conference for the consideration of the Honorable Minister. Secretariat reforms must focus on office automation. E-Office version 7.0 has significant benefits. This, coupled with digitization of CRUs, can result in paperless offices. And it must be remembered that E-Office has enabled the operationalization of 2 secretariats in Jammu and Srinagar and eliminated Darbar movement. The Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure must be constantly updated to ensure the process of digital secretariats is fully realized. This was the same emphasis that was seen in the Administrative Reforms Commission reports of the Government of Karnataka, and now an agile state secretariat is vital to good governance. Every state government that participated in the regional conference has focused on going digital. Creation of integrated portals with data sets interacting with one another is very important. The findings of the National E-Services Delivery Assessment that were released by Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji on June 13th, provide the roadmap for digital governance with accessibility, content availability, ease of use, information security, and privacy. We've had many state governments which have tried to adopt the recommendations of the NASHTA, as we heard from the presentations of the government of Uttar Pradesh, government of Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Haryana, Tripura, and each state has focused on going digital. Benchmarking governance in a digital age is very important. The Good Governance Index and the District Good Governance Index reports which have been released by Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji have found widespread resonance. Madhya Pradesh has produced a similar state-level report, and also Telangana has participated in the exercise. Recognizing meritocracy through the Prime Minister's Awards and e-governance awards has been highly motivating. Many young civil servants who are recipients of the Prime Minister's Awards, including the district collectors of Varanasi and Manipur, have participated and spoken in the Bengaluru Regional Conference. Each of their governance achievements is inspiring and represented case studies of putting service above self in the service of the nation. The National Good Governance webinar series have provided very exciting opportunities for young civil servants to showcase their talents, and massive responses were received for each of these webinars. Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji had asked us to focus on young civil servants, and the young civil servants for Imagining India at 2047 through Innovation is a pioneering initiative and we found long-term benefits from this conference. This regional conference has reiterated the benefits that have emanated from the focus on innovation, academics, technology, and civil service. Looking to the future, the Bengaluru Regional Conference will represent a landmark in DRPG's history of events because Government of Karnataka has brought in so many new features into the conference agenda. This was possible due to the unstinting support received from the Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Srimati Vandita Sharma ji, Principal Secretary, Dr. Srivatsa Krishna ji, Chairman, Administrative Reforms Commission, Sri Vijay Bhaskar ji, and my colleagues, Sri Amarnath, Sri Rajput, and Sri Partha Bhaskar. In the backdrop of the above narration, I greatly look forward to drawing greater inspiration from the address of Dr. Jitendra Singh ji for taking India's governance model forward. Thank you.
Benchmarking governance in the digital era, rising importance to service above self. Thank you, Sri Srinivas Secretary, for your address. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion of the regional conference here at Bengaluru, e-magazine has been brought out. I would request the Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh ji to kindly release the e-magazine. The e-magazine, ladies and gentlemen, minimum governance, minimum government, maximum governance on Prime Minister's Award Initiatives 2021. So minimum government. There you can release of the e-journal, minimum government, maximum governance on the Prime Minister's Awarded Initiative 2021. Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. We have with us Dr. K. Sudhakar, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Medical Education. I would request Dr. Sudhakar to address all of us. Bandhugale, Dr. K. Sudhakar.
Good morning to all of you. Shri Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, our Honorable Minister for Personal Public Grievance and Pensions, our Chief Secretary Srimati Vandita Sharma ji, virtually the participants Sri V. Srinivas, Secretary DPR, Sri Amarnath ji, Additional Secretary DPR, Sri NBS Rajput ji, Sri Srivatsa Krishna ji, our Principal Secretary, Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, who is our Chairman, Administrative Reforms Commission, Sri Manjunath Prasad ji, all the senior bureaucrats of this beautiful nation, and some successful entrepreneurs and friends from media. It's a great pleasure and honor to be amongst this useful regional conference on good governance in Bengaluru. And Bengaluru and state of Karnataka has always shown the path of governance. Governance for India itself is not new. We know that Raja Dharma, Rama Rajya, Kalyana Rashtra, these were all the concept of the good governance in the ancient India. And we all have studied Chanakya Niti, Shukra Niti Sara, Ramayana, Shantiraya, Mahabharata, and even Buddhist scriptures and texts where they have laid emphasis on what good governance is all about. And they've also laid the emphasis on the role of the kings and his council of ministers. Karnataka is really a welfare state. we go back to 12th century, and I have to really acknowledge in the memory of Basavanna. Basavanna was a social reformer who conceptualized the idea of parliamentary democracy in 12th century. The Anubhava Mantapa was a true testimony of democracy. We can even say that we were the oldest in practicing democracy. It's not any other nation, it is India. So Basavanna, so he has been a great architect, and Karnataka has learnt a lot of it from Anubhava Mantapa and his preachings, that is Kayakave Kailasa. Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, recently in her budget speech, she mentioned Kayakave Kailasa, that means work is worship. This culture has been imbibed in all of us. So what really governance means? It is to listen to the people, common man. What is their requirement? What is their grievances? And how do we address those issues? So for a common man, he does not really he wants to understand if he wants all his issues to be sorted. It should be the collective responsibility of government and bureaucracy. We all know that it should be a minimum government and maximum governance. So if that has to really sprinkle down or percolated down below, this has to be transparent. The transparency system should be adopted. And similarly, the justice, we all say justice denied, justice delayed is justice denied. So the rule of justice should be in place. So Karnataka, we have been following a very good principles, and it has been a people-centric approach than the process-centric. See, this is very important, and if you observe our Honorable Prime Minister, ever since he has taken over, he has led by an example. Because any programs that he has started, he has ensured that those programs have been saturated. And we are all working towards the saturation of the schemes. For example, I would like to quote Swachh Bharat Mission. So it was a small idea to begin with, building toilets. But today it has become the people's movement, social change, where in the last 7-8 years, we have gone ahead to build 10 crore toilets. This has improved the lifestyle. This has helped the women's health and hygiene. So this has contributed to the social health of this country, not just the physical health of this country. So similarly, his programs like One Nation, One Grid, One Nation, One Card, that ABRK card, Ayushman Bharat, digitalized health card that we are issuing today. So similarly, One Nation, One Ration card. These were all dreams of the leaders, but today it is being realized. A politician or a leader is a dreamer. Such dreams can be fulfilled and realized only with the relentless work of the bureaucratic system in this country. So, similarly, Karnataka, for example, our Chief Minister also has introduced a scheme called Scholarship Scheme for Farmers. The empowerment can happen in education, healthcare, housing, good infrastructure, access to the financial institutions, and access to the markets. So realizing this, our Honorable Chief Minister ensured that all students who pass out of 10th standard and 12th standard for their higher education, he has introduced a scholarship program for the farmers' children. This is the first time in the country. So this has been helping lakhs of students for their education and empowerment through education. Similarly, during healthcare, we have all witnessed the COVID. During COVID times, nobody knew how COVID would react. But the response system of the country was unique. Even today, I read in some paper, in parts of China, they are trying to, partly shut their provinces. But today we can say India has come a long way and we are close to winning over this pandemic. This huge country of 130 crore people, 1.3 billion people, still we went ahead and vaccinated almost 200 crore doses today. So this is the new India that we are all in. We must be really proud of our bureaucracy, our health system, and most importantly, the participation of the people. We have seen in the developed countries, even today, their vaccination is not beyond 30 to 40%. But in India, where they say it is a developing country, it is not so wealthy nation, but we have gone ahead and vaccinated 90% of our population. So the people's participation is very important. That is why I said people-centric approach should be the model of the governance that any government should really consider. And that is why if you observe, our Honorable Prime Minister has started Make in India, Heal in India, Digital India, and Karnataka also is the right place. We were the pioneers of decentralization of administration, right from our Panchayat Raj system, way back in late 80s and 90s, early 90s. We had this decentralization of power. We had the three-tier system in the districts, taluks, and then Gram Panchayats. So, Karnataka has been at the forefront of undertaking the administrative reforms, whether it is G2G, or whether it is G2C, or whether it is G2B. So, the startup clusters also, if you witness, Karnataka has the highest number of startup companies. Almost 13,000 companies are in Bangalore alone. So it means to say that the ease of doing business, the conducive ecosystem that is there in the government of Karnataka, it is robust and it is really helpful. That is why the likes of even the chip makers, there are about 85 plus chip makers who are present in Karnataka, and 400 and odd research and development multinational companies have set up their units in Bangalore because we have the right ecosystem, be it HR, the weather is blessing for Bangalore. So we also have a very advanced manufacturing, IoT, automation, industry and skilled craftsmanship. And Karnataka believes in RRR model of governance. The first R is to recognize the issues and opportunities. The second R is respond to them effectively, and redress is the third R, where if there are concerns to be addressed and solved holistically and comprehensively. And as I already told you, our Honorable Prime Minister has banked the unbanked. He has insured the uninsured segment of this country. He has vaccinated those unvaccinated people. So this is the new hallmark of our new administration and good governance. We all know that any good governance, to measure the good governance, there are 8 principles or 8 pillars where there is a participation, rule of law, transparency, responsiveness, accountability, consensus oriented, equity and inclusiveness, effectiveness and efficiency. These are the 8 pillars where we can measure our way of governance. We need to have a short-term, mid-term and long-term goals of the state and the nation. Our Prime Minister, in one word if I have to say, as Plato says, king should be like a philosopher, philosopher should be like a king. So he is a true Raja Rishi that we have in him, and our Honorable Chief Minister is also following his footprints. Similarly, reform, perform and transform is the mantra of our Prime Minister. Similarly, it is the guiding principles in administration, because only reforms can bring in and can handle any kind of challenges. In the post-COVID era, we have reformed so much the augmentation of health infrastructure and human HR personnel could happen only with our reforms to ensure that there is a last mile care delivery. And similarly, because of the prosperity of India, as John F. Kennedy says, American roads are good not because America is rich. America is rich because American roads are good. That is the whole mantra of our Prime Minister, who feels that India can be wealthy if India is healthy, and India is healthy not because just India is becoming wealthy. So that is the concept that we should go ahead. India should become healthy in the next 25 years. We should be the most healthy nation in the world. And as our Honorable Chief Minister also wants that our government, our every program, our every scheme should be Sarva-Vyapi and Sarva-Sparshi. It should reach the last mile and the last person in the society. We are very few weeks away from the 75th independence, and this seminar will lay the foundation to script the next chapter of New India in the Amrit Kal. That way, our Swaraj and Suraj can be the two faces of the same coin. And lastly, I would like to conclude by saying, Sabke prayas se hi sabka vikas hoga. Jai Bharat, Jai Karnataka.
Karnataka has indeed been a pioneer towards providing innovative steps towards good governance, and also in terms of several steps, and this conference would lay a strong foundation towards better governance. Thank you, Dr. Sudhakar, for your highly inspiring address. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to listen to the words of wisdom of Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Science and Technology, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Earth and Sciences, Minister of State, PMO, Ministry of Personnel, PG and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy, and also Minister of State, Department of Space. So with a huge round of applause, Devi aur Sajjano, swagat kijiye Dr. Jitendra Singh.
Honorable Minister for Health and Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, and also a fellow colleague from the medical profession. I'm glad to see a young medico heading the medical department in this state. Secretary ARPG, Mr. Srinivas, I know he's connected to us. Actually, he had been very passionate about this conference and very eagerly looking forward. But as he tends to sometimes do things to the last perfection and sometimes also overdoes, he went in for a COVID test before traveling, which none of us did. I don't know otherwise how many others also would have turned positive. But that speaks about his ethical integrity. He underwent and was found positive. Though being asymptomatic, he's chosen to stay back. We miss you, Srinivas. Even though while you were speaking, you were not looking like a COVID patient. I hope your report is trustworthy. We have with us the Chief Secretary, Mrs. Sharma, Dr. Srinivas, my colleagues from Delhi, Mr. Amarnath, Mr. Rajput. I can see the Director General IIPA, Mr. Tripathi, and the well-known Mr. Manjunath, and all the other senior officers from the Government of Karnataka, as well as representatives from different states. I'm glad to see this gathering. Now the basic question is, why these periodic conferences? Because I would not deviate from the subject, because as students of science we are taught not to do so. I think the basic issue is that from each day that passes, and when you wake up in the morning, your role has undergone some kind of an evolution. And it started happening right from the day of the dawn of independence. The very fact that your name, your nomenclature changed from collector to district development commissioner. Because prior to independence, you were supposed to collect a revenue for the British Empire and to impose the writ of British Empire. Overnight, you were expected to collect revenue for a welfare state and become messengers between the ruling polity and the masses. And this evolution, though we realize or not, has continuously, even though subtly, going on. I was keenly listening when Mrs. Sharma said, we should try to slip into the shoes of the citizen. But I think the matter of fact is the citizen already slipped into our shoes. And we have no option, absolutely no option, but to partner him. If we don't, he is ready to make us irrelevant. And that is why governance is no longer confined only to the bureaucrats and the civil servants. And I'm glad the IIPA has taken a healthy initiative of also designing training programs in governance for people's representatives, for the councillors, for the corporators. And I'm glad saying this while addressing you in Bengaluru, because I think this was one of the first states in the country which implemented 73 and 74 amendment. Soon after Rajiv Gandhi took over as Prime Minister. So as was being rightly mentioned by Dr. Sudhakar, I think one of the earliest statements that Shri Narendra Modi made after he took over as Prime Minister was maximum governance, minimum government. And right from that moment, the government started working to reach out to the last man in the last queue, which was also, of course, the envisaged, the sacrosanct ideology of Antodaya, which this government was committed to follow. And the second advice that Prime Minister Modi, though informally, gave us was to move out of Vigyan Bhavan. And I'm glad we have successfully done that. And this meeting today is a part of that intention. Because otherwise, over the last 6-7 decades, you would be expected to come over to Delhi and squeeze yourself into that small chamber of Vigyan Bhavan. Now we are reaching out to you. So that is the change. When we recall the last 8 years of the Modi government, I think the best way is to compare it with the earlier 8 years, or to go still further, and then you would appreciate, because otherwise you get used to it. You never had these kind of events prior to 2014. And therefore, I'm glad that Mr. Srinivas and his team have managed to hold such conferences in every part of the country virtually. It's been Srinagar from north, it's been Jammu, it's been Chandigarh, it's been Guwahati, northeast, it's been Shillong, it's been Hyderabad, it's been Nagpur in central India, it's been Chennai, it's Bengaluru today. And that has also given a feeling of belonging to the bureaucrats in the different states and the civil servants. And when the local media covers these events, the citizen inadvertently becomes a party to it, which is, of course, one of the main objectives that we have. And when we talk of maximum governance, what does it mean? It means, of course, more and more of citizen involvement, more and more of citizen participation, more and more of transparency, more and more of accountability. And when we talk of, as the Honorable Minister was saying, reform, perform and transform, one of the dictums given by the Honorable Prime Minister, how do we achieve that? I think the easiest way is just to watch others and try to adopt the best practices of each other. And that is also one of the goals that these conferences try to endeavor for or aim at. We even started the coupling of different states. Like 2 years back, we made state couples, like for example, Haryana and Andhra, with similar issues. Like Jammu, Kashmir and Tamil Nadu, because they had the issues of cleaning waters, they cleaning lakes, and here cleaning of the seashores. So we perform and we learn from each other and help ourselves transform in the manner the other one has done. And when we say reaching out to the last man in the last queue, how do we do that? Being a part of the governance instrument. Essentially, it would mean to carry the state welfare benefits to the last man. It would mean to make him a part of the governance and to empower him. And I think one of the greatest attributes which Prime Minister Modi will be credited in the history is that he has successfully changed the work culture and to a great extent even the political culture in this country of reaching out to the most needy. It's just like you see the symbol of the court blindfolded. We have reached out to the neediest of the needy blindfolded. Like for example, when Ujjwala scheme was launched, nobody asked whose house it was, whose household it was, what was the religion, what was the caste. Didn't even ask whether you voted for us or not. As would have been expected from a political dispensation. When the collectors were asked to prepare lists for PM Awas Yojana, the lists were prepared depending upon the requirement, on the strata to which the household belonged. The political leadership never asked, didn't even know, doesn't even know even today, whether they are going to vote for us or not, whether they voted for us in the last election. So that's a huge, huge departure when we talk of the last 8 years. Because Prime Minister Modi came from Gujarat with a huge penchant for governance. And this is something which we have tried to introduce, a new culture. And when I look back 8 years, I think we can reasonably claim having walked the talk. The other part which I think very often we tend to sometimes not realize, but we have to make the citizen, because if you are carrying the citizen along, you have to make him realize some of those aspects which may not have occurred to his consciousness. Because a responsible leader or a responsible administrator is the one who studies, who researches, and then educates the citizen about what is he looking for or what should he be looking for. Otherwise, if somebody comes outside your office and burns your effigy for 2-3 days, you respond to his demand. कि साहब मेरी सैलरी नहीं दे रहे हैं डीसी साहब, चलिए दे दीजिए, पुतला जलना बंद हो गया. But I think now looking ahead, we have to have the aptitude and also be prepared to see what the citizen is looking for. And there where you link entrepreneurship with governance, that is where it comes in. It's for you, the civil servant, the political leader. We started Aroma Mission in CSIR, lavender. Nobody knew what it was. We tried to educate the farmers, look here, this is a great avenue for you. The agri-tech startup, because somehow in our mindset it had gone, and thanks to Bangalore being very dominant, that startup means only IT. But in India, the huge potential of startup is outside Bangalore, in agriculture, in a dairy. When we tried to motivate some of the farmers, they were not ready for this new concept of agri-tech startup. But in the hills we had, because lavender came from abroad, it could be cultivated here. It didn't require much of irrigation, didn't require much of nutrients. It didn't even require pesticides because even the monkeys run away from it. You call it perfume, but the monkey finds it offensive. When we forced some of the youngsters to give a part of our land and then started making lakhs, we now have 5,000 in a hilly terrain of Jammu and Kashmir. And you will be amused to know 2 boys having done B.Tech working in a corporate sector in Bangalore have quit their job and gone to the hills. I drew a saddest pleasure when I learned that. And the third one, having done MBA, also working in corporate sector in Bangalore, also left this city, went to the hills. Since I always try to reach out to them because for my own learning, I asked him, what are you going to do now? The 2 B.Tech boys said, we realized कि 12-12 घंटे कंपनी का काम कर रहे हैं और ये तो घर बैठा है तो पढ़ा आदमी इतना कमा रहा है. And the MBA said, I can do marketing for them. So there's a huge new boom also coming again thanks to Prime Minister Modi. He gave it that kind of a dignity and that kind of priority by making a call for Stand Up India, Start Up India from the ramparts of Red Fort on the 15th of August 2015. And when the Prime Minister of India says anything from the Red Fort during his Independence Day address, it becomes a declaration of intent of the government in place. And the movement has caught up. From barely 400 startups, we are now into 70,000. And then how do we manage them? It's again a part of the governance. Dr. Sudhakar is a medico. When we were medicos, Dr. Modaliar's book was being taught in obstetrics. Now it's no longer. Modaliar was our ex-vice chancellor of Madras University and Bangalore was part of it. So he had coined a dictum for a good obstetrician. How to deal with a patient in labor pains during delivery. He said, exercise masterly inattention. And over there you got it. Masterly inattention, remain inattentive. Let her go through the natural process and deliver. But at the same time, it should be masterly. Do not become so inattentive that if she requires your assistance, you don't reach out. But inattentive because otherwise you might rush in to do a cesarean. So here again, the governance with regard to these entrepreneurs and the startups, as your theme suggests, will require masterly inattention. You have to allow them to do what they are and step in where they actually require you. That also, I think, sums up the essence of maximum governance, minimum government. The other aspect which is often not talked about, I'm sure next time I'll suggest to Mr. Srinivas that we have a theme on this also. Most of the governance reforms which have brought in the last 7-8 years under Prime Minister Modi are actually social reforms as well. I think it will be too miserly to call them merely governance reforms. For example, within 3 months of this government having taken over somewhere in the month of August or September in 2014, we did away with the practice of getting your documents attested by the gazetted officers. It was a dubious legacy of the British Raj. It should have been done away with 7 decades ago. But nobody had the courage. And when I announced that, somebody from the media said, what if some youth fudges his certificates? I said, look here, the message should go to every corner of the country that now we have a prime minister, we have a government which has the capacity to trust its youth. When we talk of India, which has more than 70% population below the age of 40, we are all on the odd side, though all sorts of colors are available in the market, so you can choose to remain white, black or grey. But the matter of fact is, how can you deal with a nation without learning to trust the majority population, which happens to be that of youth? And that also is relevant when we talk of startups and also talk of governance reaching out to them. The other reform which was brought in within 6 months and implemented from the 1st of January 2016 was the abolition of interviews. Many of these reforms Prime Minister Modi had already implemented during his tenure as Chief Minister of Gujarat. He had abolished the interviews. And by abolishing interviews, a level playing field was handed out to the youth of this country, regardless of whatever their socio-economic strata. Because otherwise the complaints would be that a candidate would score 100 marks in written, he would be failed in interview. And somebody who had worked as a domestic servant in a bureaucrat's house or a minister's house would get the job. So that day I said, no, the problem will be that these government functionaries will not find it easy to get a domestic help. कहते साहब 2 साल कर लीजिए बर्तन साफ, उसके बाद चपरासी लग जाएंगे. CP grams, as Srinivas was hinting at, when we came in, there were only 2 lakh complaints being filed in the entire year. So in a country with more than 1 million population, only 2 lakh complaints. Today we have 25 lakh. And somebody asked me, does that mean that number of complaints has gone up against the Modi government? I said, no. The answer was given 150 years back by someone called Mirza Ghalib, who said, जब तवक्को ही उठ गई गालिब, क्यों किसी का गिला करे कोई? The complaint is lodged where you think the response will come. आप घर में रूठते भी अपने प्रियजन से तभी कि कोई आके मना जाएगा. अगर पता हो कि मनाना ही नहीं है तो आप रूठेंगे भी नहीं. Because we've been prompt, we have been responsive, we have followed a timeline. I used to personally make random calls when we started off in 2016, when we gave it a new format. Every Friday evening I would make random calls to check. कई बार वहां से आता था. They would then check my profile, whether I was fake or real. Because we were passionate about it, we wanted to prove a point. The PM Excellence Awards has been given a different format, again, to make governance closer to citizen, which is the theme. Earlier on, it was given more or less on the profile of the individual collectors. Now you have to put in your entries depending on the district's program or the flagship program carried out by the district. And there's a competitive sense, and almost all the 750 odd districts compete now. That is a kind of enthusiasm. Ma'am was talking of technology. The matter of fact is that we have not to adopt technology. Technology is taking us over. We have no option. I'm glad that in our department, the Department of Srinivas, we were the first to introduce, which should have been some other department, to introduce face recognition technology. Because when I came, because I was also a professional, we had to sign certificates of life for the pensioners, as you would also be asked to do. And I didn't find it very comfortable. I said, okay, death certificate तो देते हैं. जब hospital में कोई patient मर जाता है, उसके attendant कहते हैं, death certificate जरूर लेके आना. Because the survivors would get insurance benefits, other things. But nobody asks you to produce a certificate of you being alive. So we use digital methods. Immediately we start. In fact, I was not personally also in favor, but then I was told that there were some reports of having misappropriations done. So we introduced digital technology. You can sit at home and send your digital proof. Later on, we started living long because lifespan in India is increasing. Few moments back, I said we are 70% below age of 40, but that does not mean that the oldies are giving pace. They are also staying there. I was telling the medicos the other day, the graph of age in India is biphasic. If you take the percentage, the 70% is below 40. But if you take the whole number, then at the time of independence, most of the deaths were happening in the sixth decade, that is in the 50s. Many people died before superannuation. Now average age is gone above 65, 70. So after 80, the digital marking is not accurate. When this occurred to us, we were the first to introduce face recognition technology. Then for the benefit of, while this government has followed a policy of zero tolerance towards corruption, we are also conscious of the fact that a well-performing officer should be given a friendly work environment. And that was one of the motivations why in 2018 we brought in an amendment for Prevention of Corruption Act 30 years after it was formulated in 1988. And now even the bribe giver is equally culpable as the bribe taker. And I think all this has been possible and is going to be possible, and we are going to achieve optimum results only when we stop sermonizing each other. We have to break these silos, and then we have no option. Because as I say, the technology is taking us over, the citizen is taking us over, we are being taken over by unknown forces. The intelligence being taken over by artificial intelligence. Someday it will be difficult to say how much of yours is born intelligence that you are talking and how much is somebody having a spell over you. And that is why I am glad we have tried to consciously make ourselves part of this new trend. That is why the Department of Administrative Reforms did not only confine itself to sermonize on the governance reforms, we took up the initiative of Swachhata. And you will be glad, Dr. Sudhakar, we have earned 62 crore rupees only by selling off the scrap. That's a new startup avenue. I'm sure next time when the Swachhata campaign starts, there'll be a startup group which will come forward. Like yesterday I was at ISRO. We have a startup company which has come forward to help us in clearing the space debris, which is a very new area. The equipment has been just installed because so many rockets and satellites in the space from all countries, they are throwing that debris. Only a few months back we had some debris from a Chinese rocket falling in Gujarat and Maharashtra. Of course it didn't cause any harm. We have a private startup who's offered to do this for us. Tomorrow we'll have a startup because now they realize. And you know how we earn 62 crore? More or less from electronic scrap. Because if you go home also, you'll find so many of the mobiles lying here and there. You discard the earlier one, you start the new one, you even forget where you left this. We took the same, gave it to some of the people who are in the business of assembling it. And Mr. Srinivas donated 62 crore and 54 lakh rupees to be precise to the government exchequer. So that has been possible because of the integrated approach in working. And that also is in tune with the cooperative federalism which Prime Minister Modi spoke about soon after he took over. And then when you involve the citizen, is it only the citizen of Bengaluru? Who is the citizen? That itself is a dilemma, particularly in a heterogeneous country like India. So I suggested to Srinivas, we should start now moving downwards. So we moved to districts. We prepared a district governance index. The first territory was Jammu and Kashmir because they came forward being a UT. Second was Uttar Pradesh. We are now working for Madhya Pradesh also. And it has been designed very scientifically, somewhat inspired by aspirational district approach because I was part of that team. Because aspirational is not necessarily backward. We have about 40 odd indices. Maybe you are lacking in education, you are high up in health. So in the index which you are lacking, how do you come at par with the state number one and then at par with the country number one? So following the same pattern we have designed, and now I was discussing with Srinivas that we will go down further क्योंकि प्यास बढ़ती जा रही है, and we have named it Prashasan Gaon ki or. We'll expect the panchayat heads, the DDC heads to get involved with us and to prepare this governance index. And of course, I'm sure in this conference, you must have been made aware of the other activities that this department is already engaged in. There's Mission Karm Yogi for the bureaucrats, civil servants, shift from rule to role. Otherwise, what would happen? When you become health secretary, you have to pose that you can write a better prescription than the doctor. Not your fault, because in Mussoorie, because I'm looking after Libasan also, we are taught to impose. Sarkar ka ek wal kaise rakna hai? You can't appear to be innocuous. Next day you become agriculture secretary. You have to know more farming than the farmer. Here we will give you the confidence because you will be updating yourself continuously and also grading yourself through this module. And when we talk of citizen, this year by end hopefully, the same ministry through of course the other sister organization DOPT will be holding the first ever common eligibility test. Because otherwise what would happen, one day you have a railway services exam, the center is Bengaluru, next day CSS, headquarter Delhi, center Madras, nowadays known as Chennai. So I'm an old timer, so I tend to speak Bangalore for Bengaluru at the risk of annoying some of the... Anyway, so third day you have an exam related to banking. The center may be somewhere else. Everybody can't afford to appear in every exam. And mostly the daughters. So we would have to begin with all these three, largest services, single exam, and then we will extend further. We'll also include all the 8 scheduled languages, almost 22. So that will also address the complaint which has been happening of language-wise, particularly from the South India. And we'll keep the validity of that exam for 3 years, sorry. It'll be something like your NEET, as you have. So we'll form a pattern, and I'm sure in course of time, even the private corporate will use that list of merits. So wherever the advertisement happens or requirement happens, they can refer that parameter. And before I conclude, as was said by the earlier speakers, Amrit Mahotsav. The point is, where do we go from here? Because next 25 years, and I'm glad that on my suggestion, Mr. Srinivas took over a very onerous task of formulating what is going to be vision document for India 2047. But to prepare this document also we have to train ourselves. Because we tend to look at 2047 through the prism of 2022. Just as we are saying we should step into the footsteps of the shoes of the citizen without realizing the citizen has already stepped into my shoe. 25 years hence what it would be like. So we have to first prepare indices for 2047. what would be the role of civil servant? How much would be the role? Whether at all there will be a role, or he would be rendered relevant. He would just be a facilitator. Because this gap between the citizen and the administrator is getting bridged very fast, and it is happening faster than we realize. And therefore, now the focus has to be on the administrators and civil servants who are in their 30s. Why this bias? Because they have assured more or less 25 years of active service. And therefore, when India celebrates 100 years of its independence, we may or may not be around, but these lot would be the ones who would have the privilege to call themselves the architects of New India. And they would also be having the challenge to live up to that New India and its requirements. And therefore, what is our task right now is to help them in that capacity building, because they would be the enactors of that. But can we contribute to their capacity building? And to begin with, for that, let's visualize what are going to be the indices, what is going to be the parameters, what is going to be the scenario like of 2047 and of 2047 India, when by and large India will be part of a global small family. I leave it at that. I'm sure the next conference will carry this thought forward, and you would also go home and try to visualize 2047 as 2047, not through 2022. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me. It has been a real eye-opener and would have given a lot of leads towards improvement of further governance. Thank you, sir. At this juncture, I would request our Minister, Dr. Sudhakar, to kindly give a memento to Dr. Jitendra Singh. Before that, I would request Dr. Srivatsa Krishna for words of thanks.
Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister Dr. Sudhakar, distinguished colleagues on the dais, friends and colleagues from around the country. Before I go and propose a formal vote of thanks, I'd like to summarize two things. Good governance used to be a very fashionable thing to say before this government came to power. Now it's become a fashionable thing to do. And I'll give you just two examples, one from Government of India and one from Government of Karnataka. Government of India, I had the privilege of spending the last year abroad at Stanford. If you see the vaccination certificates being given in the US, they are cards, mostly cards handwritten in most of the states, except a few. In India, it's QR coded, digitally signed, and that is what is accepted now. It's becoming the gold standard everywhere, which is one example of good governance. Good governance is a journey. It is not a destination. That is the second big change. Our Prime Minister sits through, IAS officers make very boring presentations. Our Prime Minister still sits through all of them, of secretaries' presentations, engages with them. In most subjects, he knows more than what the secretaries know. And he corrects them and makes them change, persuades them to change their point of view. I haven't heard of a Prime Minister doing this before. That's another example of good governance for you, where the leader leads by example. Let's take the case of Karnataka. Mr. Bommai has been in position here only for a year. Already the focus is on good governance. We have seen Grama 1, which, as the Chief Secretary mentioned, is our outreach to the last citizen. Within 1 year, thanks to the efforts of Karnataka government, Grama 1 is galloping forward to deliver citizen services to those who are often missed out. Another example of good governance. So I think you would have all heard of Karnataka being a leader in e-government, and there are many such projects, CCMS, Bhoomi, Mobile One, which you can talk about. I'm going to tell you one example which most of you would not have heard about. In 2010, Karnataka decided to get a gas pipeline. In 3 years, the MOU was signed in 2010. There were 400 clearances across 2 state governments and 1 government of India, 17 departments, 400 clearances. And they were spearheaded and made to happen by Chief Secretary Vandita Sharma, who was then leading that effort. That's an example of good governance. So ladies and gentlemen, good governance from being something nice to say, fashionable to say, it was like abolishing poverty. You would never disagree with it. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and under the leadership of Sri Bommai, we have made it a fashionable thing to do, which is what makes a difference to the lives of the people. I'd like to thank Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji for taking time out and coming here to address us and inspire us, coming here all the way from Delhi. Dr. Sudhakar, he was told late last night because the Honorable Chief Minister had to go to visit the flood-hit areas, for agreeing to step in at short notice and giving a very, very nice talk. V. Srinivas, my counterpart in Government of India, who despite having COVID from his bed has been chasing us relentlessly, making sure that we all do what has been promised. It shows great commitment on his part. He himself comes from a very distinguished political family which started reforms in India in 1991. And Srinivas's enthusiasm is infectious. All his colleagues from DARPG, Amarnath, Rajputji, Partha, Priska, everyone here who helped us. Government of Karnataka, all our team members, my team is here from the department. I'd like to thank e-governance department, which helped us put up the e-governance showcase, which you'll be seeing in the afternoon. The startup warehouse team, which has curated startups for you. The drone demonstration, which is being done by Arav Unmanned Systems, one of the best drone companies in the country, and by my colleague Munish Mudgil, who has led the Bangalore drone mapping. And you will see a presentation on that in the afternoon as well. APCO for managing the media. Jagdish of Coffee Board, who has given us some wonderful gifts, as also Jagdish and team from KSCDC for taking care of all the arrangements here. Active, the event managers for putting together such a fabulous show. HighGrid for helping us, and the LED team here which helped us put up a fabulous presentation. Thank you very much to everyone. I'm grateful. Last but not the least, any conference is made good or bad by the participation of the audience. In this case, for the first time probably in a regional conference, we've had startups coming, and we've had the topmost startups, including Sridhar Vembu of Zoho, who has created a unicorn in a village in Tamil Nadu. As also, we're going to have soon Sujit Kumar, the founder of Udaan, and many other leading startups addressing us. So thank you one and all for coming here. Hopefully you'll go back with the spirit of Bengaluru, the spirit of entrepreneurship, and definitely India is going to go to 2047 as a much stronger country than where we were in 1947, and indeed where we were in 2014. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I would now request our Minister, Dr. Sudhakar, to kindly give a memento to the Honorable Union Minister. And also the very specially designed coffee box, as mentioned in the inaugural session. This is a Karnataka coffee capital of India, and it has got different aroma and different types of Arabica coffee. Thank you. I will now request the Honorable Union Minister to kindly give a memento to our Minister, Dr. Sudhakar. A special gift from the Honorable Union Minister to Dr. K. Sudhakar. I would also request Dr. Srivatsa Krishna to kindly give mementos to Srimati Vandita Sharma, our Chief Secretary, also to Shri Amarnath and Shri Rajput. Thank you very much. And well, we have another session to go. So I would request all of you to kindly be in your seats. With this, we come to the conclusion of the valedictory. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the Honorable Union Minister of State, Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Honorable Minister, Dr. K. Sudhakar, and the other dignitaries for attending the valedictory session. Thank you very much. With this, as indicated earlier, we come to the conclusion of the valedictory, but as I said, there is another session which will happen in the next couple of minutes. So I would request all the esteemed delegates to kindly stay back because we are going to start the next session in the next couple of minutes.
ಹೋಗಿ ಬರೋದೇನು ಬೇಡ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸರ್. पीछे लगे
Namaskar. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly take your seats. I've already done. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final session prior to the field visit. This is about startups and governments engaging for good governance. I would request the moderator of the session, Dr. Srivatsa Krishna, the Principal Secretary, Government of Karnataka, DPAR, to kindly come over. Dr. Srivatsa Krishna, I would request you to kindly come over. I would now request the panelists, Shri Sujit Kumar, co-founder of Udaan and Tanglin, Shri Rishi Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Team Lease RegTech, Shri Kunal Prasad, co-founder of Cropin, Shri Sandeep Datta, Chief Practice Officer, Fractal, to kindly come over. Once again, the panelists, Shri Sujit Kumar, Shri Rishi Agarwal, Shri Kunal Prasad, and Shri Sandeep Datta. Well, it will be an interesting session prior to the lunch break. As we are all aware, after the lunch break, there will be the field visit, which includes visit to NASSCOM and thereafter the drone demonstration and workshop. But at this point in time, I would request Dr. Srivatsa Krishna to kindly take us through the session. This was supposed to start at 12:15. We are at 12:45, and I'm sure the time will be made up. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, so this session will hopefully be the crowning glory and the highlight of the last 2 days. The Good Governance Conference never has people from the startup sector, or seldom has them, because we like to believe government alone can give gyan to government, and IAS officers alone can give gyan to other IAS officers to tell them how to improve. I thought we should do it a little differently. So yesterday you had CEOs of two of the well-established companies, including Tata Digital. You had the CEO of Gates Foundation, country head of Gates Foundation. You had the managing partner of Boston Consulting Group and Ernst & Young. Today, it's a completely different segue from that. If you look in social media, there are always questions as to why can't startups engage more with government? Why can't startups do things which government is doing and do them better? So that was the broad sort of theme with which I put together this panel. And each of them is a star in their respective areas. 3 of them have PowerPoint presentations. And the format is like yesterday. They will speak for about 10 to 15 minutes. And thereafter, we will engage in a short chat and then open it up for everyone. We are starting about 30 minutes late. And hopefully we will not go beyond by more than 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Before I start the panel, I'd like to tell you the driving distance from here to the startup warehouse is 45 minutes. So please have a quick lunch and move. There's a 3-hour program, including a drone demonstration and workshop waiting for you there. So I would request everyone to leave by 2:15 latest so that you get there by 3. So ladies and gentlemen, let me begin first with Sujit Kumar. I call Sujit Kumar the Badshah of the startup sector. Sujit is a Badshah who has come from Babua in Bihar. He had no godfather, like the Badshah of Bollywood, Shah Rukh Khan. He came to Bangalore without any godfather. He wasn't born into a wealthy family. His parents still do farming in Babua. And he set up both Flipkart and Udaan, 2 multi-billion-dollar startups. And many startup founders regard him as their godfather. Sujit, despite all his wealth, all his fame, is one of the most down-to-earth people I have known and met. And he engages frequently with government. In fact, he is known to be one of the best names when it comes to supply chain management. I requested Sujit to talk to us today about his experiences in Flipkart and Udaan. Where is government? What can government learn from his experiences? So ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to present Sujit Kumar, the Badshah of the startup world.
Hello, thank you, Srivatsa sir. I never had this kind of introduction in any of the conference. So I'll tell in my...
It was boring.
No, I never thought government was boring. In fact, I wanted to join government, you know that. After my, I come, like he said, I come from Bihar. And after my engineering from IIT Delhi, I wanted to appear in UPSC. But figured it out, that's not my cup of tea. Then I started my own company in 2005 and then came on board with Sachin and Binny in 2008 with Flipkart. Was there for almost 7.5 years. And then started Udaan. I am also an angel investor, but that's a different story. like Srivatsa sir is saying that in my long career of almost 17 years of startup of various form, one was KPO. There was no investment and venture capitalist at that time in 2004-2005. In 2008 recession time, we were not having project, everything had dried up. So we decided to move on, and then came in the new world called startup, funded by venture capitals, and we started learning how to raise money, what is the meaning of raising money, what is the purpose of, how big the product is, everything we started learning from the scratch. We call ourselves very fortunate, and founders of startup also I call myself, because that was the day zero, literally when Flipkart had started, and that time whole ecosystem was emerging from venture capital ecosystem as well as startup, and the talent also, because talent at that time was not attracted by startup, because whole ecosystem was driven by good job, campus job, you are going abroad or not. You will be judged in the society how worthy you are. If you are not going USA or anywhere outside European country, then you haven't done the good study. I think that's how we have been judged. When we started Flipkart, I think almost like 2 or 3 years I had to convince my father what we are doing, and ultimately I had to make him understand, like, we sell books, because Flipkart has started with the books, and he was saying that after doing all this engineering in 4 years you are selling books. लगता है पढ़ाई जरा भी नहीं की तूने वहाँ पे. So I think that was the state of affair, and from there and now, middle class family or lower middle class family or whichever the family, they ask their son, daughter, why don't you start something, or why don't you work with the startup so that you will learn someday you will start your own. I think that's a phenomenal change in the ecosystem. I think that was not the time. But like the question, government, I have seen how the government has made it happen. So pre-2014 and post-2014, I call it. So when we were building Flipkart, we had decided to start our own supply chain logistic. And believe me, it was a nightmare. We sit in the room and decided if we wanted to continue this business, we have to start our own logistic, because current logistic ecosystem is not supporting our cause, and we should not continue like this. When we have decided, we have come to know that there are around more than 30 state boundaries. Every state has their own laws. And you have to, somewhere the entries are 5,000, 25,000, somewhere the VAT is 9%, 12%, 18%, where to store. So building supply chain was like nightmare. You cannot build it because too much of taxation optimization. And that's where I call it government, when they have taken one decision, one reform, GST, one state, one country, one tax, everything had changed. If we'll see in last, I think July 2017 when it got implemented, but announced much before that, in anticipation of that we started our Udan as a business. It was always existing opportunity, but on back of internet penetration, because in 2008, still I say that time, broadband was 8 to 9 million, 2007-8. Now it's more than 800 million internet users. So you can build anything. That's the one infrastructure. Second is reform. When government brought this reform like one tax, infrastructural, several reforms. I think some are very institutional, like GST, I always call it, because that has opened the door for lots of investment in very fundamental infrastructure like warehousing, long haul, like and building a logistic as a business. When our Prime Minister says that minimum government, maximum governance, I think this is the apt example. I call it always, I think we need more reform, but there are several has already happened. As a progressive, definitely we are working closely with the government. Government have made lots of, like Digital India, Startup Day, where government start talking from the startup. In Karnataka, there's so much initiative. And proactively they reach out. There are vision group where they are easing out how to ease out the business, how to retain more. But still, I believe there are more, like Web3. Still, our central and state government has to find it out how to not allow the talents, which is the future, like blockchain-based startups. Crypto is not only just a currency, but like several application of that should also be here. Their metaverse, I think all those things has to go through the reform, and government has to progressively give incentive to start here so that we can give an equal fight. Like today, India is the third largest ecosystem of startup. I think in Web3, if you will not bring the reform, it's very hard to retain that position. I'll summarize. I think there are a lot we can talk about, but I think, yeah.
Thank you, Sujit. I'd like to mention here, many politicians, especially from Bihar, reach out to him for advice, help, and he selflessly, generously gives his time and his money to Bihar to rebuild Bihar. So the natural question which you should all ask him is, when is he going to jump into competitive politics in Bihar? Okay, I'd now like to introduce Sandeep Datta. Fractal was unknown 6 years ago or 7 years ago. Thanks to the leadership of Shrikant Velamakanni, Pranay Agarwal and Sandeep Datta, it is now a unicorn, and Fractal has been working pro bono with many governments around the country at the time of COVID. All of you heard about the war rooms which were used to do contact tracing and the dashboards which were set up. They were all largely done by Fractal and Sandeep and his team had a great role to play in it. Sandeep has another very unusual quality, which is he has worked on both sides of the IT fence. He has worked in HP. He was the global head for offshoring for HP. He's worked in Indian companies like TCS, Emphasis, and then went on to a startup like Fractal when it was relatively unknown. Today it's a unicorn, and I request Sandeep to talk about how using analytics, government and AI, how can governance and government improve? Sandeep Datta.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll go there. Thank you for the flattering words, first of all, Srivatsa. And unfortunately, I didn't have the guts to be an entrepreneur. So I really admire the journey that many of you have had. I did just interested in B2B commerce. We tried to do it back when there was no broadband. Year 2000, before that, 99, launched something called seekandsource.com. I was a part of SIFI at that time. So you can imagine the problems there. It was dial-up, tried to do something very interesting, flopped when everything fell down for Web 1.0. So been through that journey. So thank you for this opportunity today. And I know that all of us are standing between you and lunch. So at least I'll try to make it very quick and hopefully a bit interesting. I'm going to talk a little bit about data-led decision-making in governance, right? And how can we bring technology, how can we bring the power of data into governance? And I'm not going to talk theory, I'll talk about a few examples, including the one that that Srivatsa referred to, which was on the COVID war room. Yeah. This one. So, I'm taking you back to those unpleasant initial few days of COVID. There was a lot of confusion. Nobody knew what to do. No one was prepared for the kind of problems that we were facing. And that's when the industry started to jump in and decided to help along with NASSCOM on how we could help respond to this new problem that we were facing. And the problem was also changing shape, right? When we all initially started looking at it, it was about tracing arrivals, tracking people, where are they, where are going to be the upcoming hotspots. It quickly morphed into matching the hospital capacity to where it was needed. And then to the problem of how do we unlock, right? We can't stay this way throughout. How do we unlock intelligently? How do we use data to take those decisions? Data itself was a problem. It came in various shapes and sizes. There was no single source of truth. It was all over the place. It was just to give you an example, it's very difficult to tie it down to one single person. There were duplicate records, etc. So if I look at the Karnataka war room and what were the early situation there was a scramble. It was still very manual process. There was things coming on Excel or on WhatsApp. People were extending themselves and really making things happen, but very difficult to say that, yes, this is the right way, this is the right patient record. So a lot of duplication, etc. In short, I think what was commendable was how the industry and the government rallied together and made things happen. This platform was put together in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, and I won't go into the technological details, but in 3 weeks, it reached the stage of automated data being available, a single source of truth in form of a golden record for a patient. And bringing in dashboards. See, the idea of a dashboard is to improve and allow decision making. So bringing in dashboards for different levels to see the data that they needed to see. So if it was a chief secretary review or a CM review, then data had to be shown differently versus if it was at a ward level. So all of this came together in 3 weeks. I think, of course, the technology part, harnessing data, that has to be, that was something which was very interesting. But I think what was more commendable was how the government and the corporate sector came together to make this happen. And I think that's a model. We came together at a time of crisis. How do we make that happen in the time when things are still business as usual? And the Karnataka government officials were gracious enough to acknowledge the role that Fractal played. So my submission to you is that AI, analytics, data, it can create a significant social impact, and we are seeing that around us. I'll take a couple of more examples where Fractal has been involved. About 2015-16, when we saw that deep learning was going to really revolutionize how images were recognized and leveraged by machines, we took a big bet. We said this is going to change the face of healthcare in radiology. We were a small company, but we took a big bet saying, let's put our money where our mouth is. We advise our clients to do this. Let's do it ourselves. And we launched something called Cure.ai. Now, Cure.ai are algorithms that have been trained on millions of images that can read and automatically diagnose from X-rays, CT scans, and ultrasound images, essentially from images. It's one of the most deployed examples of AI in healthcare in the world today. It's deployed across 60 countries, 200 million images which are processed annually, a bank of 1 billion images that they learn from, and 4 million human lives impacted every year. Just a spread of how global it is. So what does it exactly do? One of the leading algorithms that Cure has is called QXR, which is AI for chest X-rays. Now, what is the problem it is trying to solve? Chest X-rays by far are one of the most widely used radiological interventions globally. And the problem is that the X-rays are increasing exponentially, and the people who can read the X-rays are only increasing linearly, right? The technologists or the radiologists, there are only so many seats, they come out after so much of training, and the gap that is happening is leading to delays. The gap is leading to mistakes. The gap is leading to poorer outcomes for patients. The AI algorithm that QXR has developed, it can actually read an X-ray in less than a second. And it has passed various tests for accuracy. It has passed various tests against other AI algorithms. It has passed tests against human radiologists. And it is now recognized by the WHO as a tool to read an X-ray if a radiologist is not present. So look at the kind of benefits it can bring. I will just talk about two problems. One of the biggest problems that we face and the developing world faces is tuberculosis. And the problem with tuberculosis is that the standard gold test has been a pathology test. You do the test and the patient goes away. If he's positive, he or she will be infecting people for another 2-3 days, or they may never come back. The X-ray was always available as an alternative to indicate tuberculosis, but you need to have somebody who can read it and find that. Now, this AI algorithm enables that, and that's something which is actually most widely deployed across the world today in many developing countries and recognized by WHO. Let's look at another scenario. In a large government hospital or a large tertiary hospital, thousands of X-rays get taken daily. Some of them not even for the intended cause. You go for a surgery, there'll be a chest X-ray before somebody gives you anesthesia. If you could have an algorithm look through, and people are just looking for very specific things that they need to clear it for. Yes, it's cleared for surgery. But if you had an intelligent algorithm read through it, you could actually, first of all, triage and find out which are those 50 out of those 1,000 who need attention immediately and then put them ahead of the queue. And secondly, find diseases that you were not even looking for. Because the machine it will be unbiased. It's going to look at every pixel, like it or not. It is not sleepy after lunch. It is not bored at the end of the day. It's going to do its job thoroughly. And once again, what I want to point out is this is not about replacing radiologists. It is about enhancing the capability of radiologists, because you take the more mundane task away from them, they can focus on something which needs their expertise much more. I will take another example. We all know Umang. It's a brilliant initiative by GOI, one of the biggest e-governance initiatives, I think, globally. Today, Fractal is extending this by adding to Umang, right? It's going to reduce the digital divide. It's going to make this available to everyone regardless of their ability to interact with the app. They can interact through voice. Launched with a few languages initially to be spread to all Indian languages. So look at what kind of scale and improvement this brings to our ability to interact with the citizens. And this is powered by Fractal SenseForth, which is one of the leading conversational AI platforms across the globe today. So we saw some good examples of AI at scale, but I want to submit to you again that AI alone is not enough to create impact at a public level, at a citizen level. We need to keep in mind human behavior. And let me illustrate to you with another area that we worked on. In Mumbai, we know that local trains are the backbone of life. One of the big problems is people crossing unmanned crossings and losing lives. There have been 8 people dying at Mumbai train tracks every day. One of the interventions that have been done traditionally have been, put up signages, put up fine, create a pedestrian crossing which nobody uses, etc. And the data shows some interesting aspects. Data shows that the problem is not with old people trying to cross and not being able to see the train, or it's not happening in the night. It is happening in broad daylight. Young people, people who stay across the train and have, say, work, business, or a small shop across, and they walk across every day, they are the ones who die the most. So what created a change was a behavioral intervention. Essentially, one of the facts that was found out was that the human brain over the years of evolution does not expect large objects to move fast. And hence, we are not able to estimate the speed and acceleration of a large moving object very accurately. And when a very simple, scalable intervention was done, you see those yellow lines on the track, they create a speed reference for the human brain to now estimate the speed of the train very accurately. Essentially, what is happening here is, we always direct all our interventions towards, if you see in this, it's the conscious mind is the rider, which is trying to control the elephant, which is the emotional mind, right? The non-conscious mind, which is actually a larger portion of our decision making. All our interventions are directed towards the conscious mind. I'll tell you, it is good for you to do this. Stop smoking, and you are expected to stop smoking, right? Exercise every day, you will start exercising. None of it happens because the emotional mind has its own energy. It will take its own course. And unless you have interventions directed at the non-conscious part, you will not get the desired result. Another example is on road safety. Data analytics can take you up to identifying where are those blind spots, right? But changing a blind spot, that's an infrastructure investment and change that will take many months, and you can go ahead and do interventions that can help save human lives, even with no other part being changed except bringing in some of these nudges that I talked about. This is another example that we have been a part of, where in this case you see these lines are actually reducing in distance, which gives the vehicle driver that impression that I'm going faster than I actually am, and non-consciously, it has been tried by many people, non-consciously you will slow down because your brain is telling you to slow down, even though your speed is the same. And this has led to 50% less fatal accidents over the last 5 years that we've been involved in this. So my submission to you in the end is that to create real public impact, we have to bring data, which involves analytics, AI, engineering, but we also have to bring in the human behavior angle to make it effective and get the desired outcome. And there have to be avenues for better public-private partnership to bring all of this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. Now I'd like to pivot a little and take you to a very unusual speaker, Rishi Agarwal. Rishi is perhaps the only one in the country who has analyzed in great detail the acts, the rules, the subordinated legislations which government has enacted across almost all 30 states and the government of India, and has brought out some astonishing findings, including showing us how doing business, simply doing business, can put one in jail. And he has many examples of that as well. He is probably the man, ease of doing business again, like good governance is a fashionable thing to say. But he's the guy who is making ease of doing business a fashionable thing to do. It's his data which is used by Government of India largely to go into the nitty-gritties of where it needs change. So ladies and gentlemen, Rishi Agarwal.
Namaskar. Thank you, Dr. Krishna, for having us here. Really delighted. Ladies and gentlemen, In the few minutes that I have, I will talk about the problem in the first few minutes and ideas for better governance in the next few. Let me start with some quick data points. I'm sure a number of us have seen these data points before, but I would like to bring the context to the conversation with this. So a lot of us say we need more enterprises, and I'll break that myth today. India has 63 million enterprises today. However, among the 63, 12 million are registered for GST. Only 1 million, which is under 2%, are registered for Social Security. They are actually formal enterprises. Some of you who need to make a connect between what is Social Security, ESI and PF are two major milestones when you become a formal employer. Only 500,000 are active contributors to Social Security. So the other half, while they are registered, they have become fairly dead and are not contributing. There are only 70,000 enterprises out of 63 million who have a revenue of greater than 5 crores, and only 22,500 with a paid up share capital of 10 crores and above. And one startling fact on top of it, under 10,000 are actually listed companies. So what India needs is not more enterprises. What India needs is more formal enterprises, because an informal enterprise does not have access to capital, talent, does not have access to supply chains, domestic or international market. They employ under 3 people on an average. And all we need to do is go from 1 million to 2 million in terms of formal employers or formal enterprises, and the employment will skyrocket. But what's preventing this problem? What's preventing this to happen? It's the informality of Indian ecosystem. And the question is, why are Indian enterprises informal? Because of a word that I often like to use, the regulatory cholesterol of India. When you move from informal to formal, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just a switch, or it's not just crossing a line. You become encumbered, believe it or not, by hundreds of compliances a year. The cost of staying small and the cost of becoming formal, the difference is so high. Most companies, most entrepreneurs like to fly under the radar. They don't want to take ESI, they don't want to take PF, they don't have access to formal capital, and so on and so forth. So with this problem, let me now, in a data-driven manner, talk about what's the problem here. So this is the regulatory ecosystem of India. The country has 1,536 unique acts and rules. Among them, there is a maze of 69,233 unique compliances, with about 6,618 unique filings across the law of the land between union, state, and local laws. So when I started this company, one of the binding constraints, and we heard Sujit talk about some of the binding constraints of his time, one of the binding constraints for us was there is no database in the country today which can tell you what is the regulatory statutory requirements for an entrepreneur. So we hired a battery of 50 lawyers. It took us 6 to 7 years, deep research, went from act to act. And just so you know, those of you who are not aware, a single Factories Act with the factories rules read with the state rules is between 200 to 300 pages. Try reading it once. And there are thousands of compliances embedded, too much legalese. If you want to ever start a factory, try reading a Factories Act once and you will know the problem. Right next to it, the map of the country, you see the heat map of compliances. You will see certain states, and unfortunately some of the more industrialized states, have greater compliance obligations. Another day, another discussion we'll have. But this is the first thing that we needed to do to make sure that we can start solving the regulatory problem. So just some numbers here. 1,536 acts, close to 70,000 compliances. Believe it or not, 26,134 can send an entrepreneur to jail. That means 2 out of 5 compliances in India can send you to jail. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, has used some examples from a recently published report by us, but examples of not having whitewashed your latrines for contractors once every 4 months and keeping a record of that whitewash can send you to jail from anywhere between 1 and 3 years. And that's just one example. If you fail to reconstitute the canteen committee of your factory canteen, once every 2 years, you can go to jail. Now tell me, if the food is fantastic, everybody loves it in the factory, there's probably no reason to reconstitute that canteen committee. But guess what? Don't do it, and there will be a factory inspector at your doorstep, and with all the rent seeking and corruption that we often hear about, that could happen to you. All of these are examples of the ingrained hostility, distrust in our regulatory environment, and it has not happened overnight. It's a legacy of over 70 years, and we are going to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav very soon. The question that really occurs is, does the 21st century Indian entrepreneur need to grapple with the colonial or near independence time regulations? That's the question here. Now, just bringing some focus on Karnataka does a better job than most states. About 37 unique acts and rules, over 2,000 unique compliances with about 227 filings. Please compare these to the numbers that I gave earlier. But unfortunately, Karnataka is one of the top 5 states where criminality is high. And over 1,000 provisions with criminal provisions for non-compliance, and about average number of compliance based on a work done by us across 10 different industries, MSMEs, is about 778 unique compliances for an MSME. Here's some more light on Karnataka data. Across 10 industries, it's about 778. We've taken the liberty of using one example of a pharma industry, a savior during our COVID times, kept us going, became the factory to the world. If you needed to set up a pharma company in the state of Karnataka today, let's look at some numbers. You'll be dealing with about 87 licenses, and you heard me right, 87 unique licenses, about 998 unique compliance between union, state and local, where the state compliances are about over 400, the union compliances are about 500. They are between labor and others, labor, finance and tax, environment, health and safety, and so on and so forth. And the entrepreneur is dealing with close to 1,000 compliances and a few hundred filings in a year. We have done a cost estimation of this. You cannot do it by yourself given the ambiguity, complexity of our regulatory environment. You hire a battery of between 5 and 10 consultants. It takes a couple of years for this factory to go live before it goes live. And once it goes live, it takes few lakh rupees a month in order to stay compliant. And that's the reality of one industry in a single cent. By the way, no state is doing a markedly different job from the other. This is the legacy that we all have owned. But the good thing is, ease of doing business as a word has become an essential part of our lexicon, our parlance at the government level. I'm so happy to see that in the last few years, the focus on governance, the focus on compliance, the government is willing to listen to the pain of an entrepreneur. Try doing business for one day, and I have spoken to hundreds of entrepreneurs around the country with lots of sob stories where people think it's better to be in a job than to try and do business. So if we have to promote entrepreneurships, startups, to create jobs which can take us to $5 and $10 trillion economy, this is an urgent and an important problem that we need to solve. With that said, I will highlight one more complexity and then move to the solution. India's regulatory environment is not static. The laws of the land change 3,500 times a year. A pharma company that I just demonstrated is affected by 600 to 700 changes in a year. That's about 3 changes on a typical business day. Imagine going through hundreds of websites to find those. And how many websites are there? 2,233 websites between state, union and local laws. That's a problem that we are dealing with. There is no single digital platform to get this, and one of the binding constraints we try to deal with is create that central platform to scan these websites, find the changes, have 50 lawyers deal with this every day and publish them free of cost on our website so Indian entrepreneur can benefit. So I'm going to just quickly go through some ideas. We have a problem, but the good thing is there is a government with an intent to solve this problem. What are the solutions? The first solution is we need to rationalize our compliance burden. There are way too many compliances. The question is, does India need 70,000 compliances? Our assessment says 30 to 40% of them have redundancy, they have overlaps, they've become irrelevant, they've lost their welcome, and they need to go. But unfortunately, we do a good job of slapping new regulations. We don't do a good job of eliminating the existing ones. So the first thing we need to do is set up commissions at state and union level to reconcile, to rationalize, to assess the relevance and fix this once and for all. Second, we need to rationalize regulatory changes. There are too many changes. It's like a plane in air with somebody constantly trying to tinker with your engine. If your compliances are going to change 600 times or 700 times a year for a small MSME, where does the MSME have the resources to browse through these hundreds of websites and find the relevant change? It's like finding a needle in the haystack. We need a central platform at a union level with search, sort, filter capabilities to find the applicable changes, assess their relevance, and take the necessary decision. Then we need self-certifications and third-party certifications. You know PUCs? We are all familiar with pollution under control. Why is that such a brilliant idea? Imagine government was owning one PUC center every so often in Bangalore. You would have a line, a queue of thousands of vehicles trying to get that PUC certificate once a month. The brilliant idea was spread this concept, make micro entrepreneurs out of it, have third-party certification agencies which can do it. Why do you need an electrical inspector of the government of India certify your lift? Every colony, every township needs a DG set. Why do we need an electrical inspector certify a DG set? All of these are things that need the capacity creation in the private sector has to happen. And we are far from where we need to be. Then inspections is a huge problem. While we got rid of the license Raj in 1991, we still have the ghost of Inspector Raj bothering our entrepreneurs. We need to create faceless, risk-based digital inspection systems so that an inspector just can't show up. We did an assessment in the state of Maharashtra. Guess what? There are 50 inspectors that can show up at your doorstep. The number of inspectors are as many as 50 at any point in time. Heard about DigiLocker? Fantastic idea. We are all using it in our private life. Let's ask ourselves, why can't we have an enterprise DigiLocker? Every license that the government gives needs to go into a digital vault so that next time you apply for a new license, you don't have to produce a copy of that, do attestations, and fill out a 300-page form in order to get the license you want. The DigiLocker needs to have all the authentic documents, and the corresponding authority should simply read the DigiLocker, get the validation from there. We need to improve our commercial codes. There are crores of cases which are pending. A commercial dispute takes years before it is resolved. The last EODB report by World Bank said it takes on average over 1400 days in India to resolve a commercial dispute as against 120 in a country like Singapore. Why is that a problem? Because commercial disputes, they go on and the entrepreneurs don't get an exit out of them. So we need to seriously digitize the commercial code infrastructure, take it to masses, take it to various cities, reinforce that judicial infrastructure so that this can be done. Universal enterprise number. Aadhaar gave us a single identity for an individual. We use it everywhere, and the world saw how we used Aadhaar so successfully during the times of COVID to track everything. Ask yourself one question: do we have a digital identity for an enterprise? The answer is no. We have 23 identities for an enterprise. We have a SIN number, the TAN number, the PAN number, the PF number, the PT number, and the ESIC number, and the list goes on. There is no way of creating a corporate profile, the risk identity. That is an idea for good governance. We need a single identity for the enterprise. It's easier to do than if we did Aadhaar for 130 crores Indians. There's no reason why we couldn't do it for 1.1 million enterprises. Last couple of items: National Open Compliance Grid. Interconnect everything, create a API-based open systems so that a compliance document can be created on a RegTech platform. With a click of a button using an API, it can be filed. You can get a time-stamped notification, acknowledgement. Government can identify defaults. Government can do a risk profiling. All of those are benefits of an open compliance system, which needs to be done. And last item is decriminalize India's regulatory ecosystem. We don't need 2 compliances out of 5 that can send an entrepreneur to jail. Tactical non-compliances, procedural lapses can send entrepreneur to jail, and that is creating disproportionate power in the hands of inspectors. This needs to go. So those are some of the key points. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Dr. Krishna.
Thank you so much, Rishi. That was eye-opening as always. Karnataka recently came up tops along with Gujarat and Meghalaya in the ease of doing business. We were number 1. So I wonder if that is the state of Karnataka, where the other states are. I shudder to think about that. Okay, last but certainly not the least, I invite Krishna Kumar, whose partner was supposed, co-founder was supposed to come today, but he had to go to Delhi for an agri-tech conference. So in his place, we have Krishna Kumar. He's one of the most thoughtful startups who's working in a very, very difficult area of agri-tech. And they have set up the first agri-cloud, which he's going to talk about, and how his interactions have been with government, and where agriculture, which is such an important sector for government and for the people, can be made better using technology. Krishna.
Thanks, Srivastava sir. Good afternoon to you all. So this is Cropin and I'm Krishna, who is representing Cropin today. We are a B2B deep tech company, and we are trying to solve many of the complex challenges in agriculture sector using agri-science, earth observation and AI sciences together. And I'll walk you through how we do it and what are some of the impact we have created. So the vision of Cropin is to layer intelligence on every farm asset which is producing food today for us globally. We have already processed intelligence on 200 million acres of cropland, where the customers and the growers are taking advantage of it. We have built the world's first industry cloud for intelligent agriculture. You have heard about retail cloud or healthcare cloud. This is the first industry cloud where we have already built various applications to digitize farms, build traceability, provide advisory to the farmers, and blockchain traceability of the seed or multi-generation seed traceability. There's a data hub which has got which has an ingest pipeline to compute at the scale of a country at the 10 by 10 meter. Many of the pipelines which has already sorted, graded, cleaned to be machine learning ready. And then we have got an insight layer. We have already built 22 different deep learning models, which we have shipped in more than 12 countries on 32 different crop commodities for our customers. From the impact point of view, we want to improve the per acre value for the ecosystem, where the farmer draws the value from increasing his yield or the quality at the farm so that he can get a better price in the market. A bank who can underwrite a risk using the data so that he can source better loans and take a better decision and probably give more loans and faster loans to the growers. Or the insurance products can be created, or a CPG company can have a full traceability and control on the quality and give back the traceability back to the consumer that it's organic or certified crops. So there are n number of challenges which we are trying to solve using technology. Why this is needed, right? So if you look at, we are going to be 10 billion population by 2050, and we have to double the food production. But there are many headwinds which this industry is facing. There is efficiency issues. Yields are very, very low. There is a climate change. So every 1 degree rise in temperature is going to bring down your productivity by 15 to 25% of the most of the crops or the commodities. There is a lack of traceability and compliances. And there are many more, right? So no banks wants to lend to a grower because the risks are very, very high, and they're very cautious in dealing with those growers as well. So we are trying to bring data and intelligence at the scale so that various industry stakeholders can plug into that, use it to make a better decision, and also impact the outcome at the farm level. In order to do that, we built a global agri-stack, a platform where you can have, we built SOP, how are you going to structure so much data which is getting generated from every farm in a manner, a way where you can build intelligence on top of it, right? So structuring of data and looking it as an asset, right? So we built a global platform for that, and when we started back in 2010, everything was on the silos, pen and paper, Excel sheet, and it was very hard to make any decision basis that, right? And every season data is getting lost. So how do you build the crop knowledge graph over year and season, right? We built a very advanced technology stack because we are talking about computing petabytes of data. When you talk about computing a country like India or a Nigeria or a Bangladesh, and you are computing every 10 by 10 meter to build the intelligence, so you need a stack which can scale very, very fast. You are dealing with the big data, not only big data, but you are also doing a lot of pre-processing and post-processing to create the good data, which will make sense and give you a much more consistent and scalable, or AI with the context, right? So that kind of solution. you need to build a capability to have a convergence of data. So there are a lot of data getting generated at the farm level, right? There are satellite images, and every satellite, they are giving you 12 different bands, which tells you about the crop. There are weather data, which is changing every minute, every hour. There is a ground-up data, which is scouting data, which farm managers are scouting at the farm, or the farmers are observing at their farm, right? So, or the drones are flying, or the IoT machines, or the tractors are generating data of harvest, or the sprays. All this data has to come together and then make sense for the farmer and the industry or the government to make various decisions. And then last, when we started, there was no data at all in the industry. I'm not talking about crop-in, but I'm talking about even the large enterprises, the governments. There was no data to even start, where to start building the intelligence, right? And for building models and AI or deep learning models, you need tons of data. And when we started back in 2010, we realized that the first thing we need to build is digital transformation tools and applications so the industry can adopt. And at least we start structuring the data in a manner that tomorrow we can, build intelligence on top of it. And we waited for 4 or 5 years, where now this technology is getting used in 56 countries. We manage around close to 488 different crops, 10,000 varieties of those crops on almost 25 million acres in 56 countries. And that brought massive data on the platform, which was ground observed, where we combined the data with the satellite and the weather and all the other data set which is generating around that farm to build that intelligence, even start talking about the intelligence. And it took another 4 or 5 years to have that learning curve. So it was a very, very difficult journey, because saying AI is easy, but building those fundamentals to even feed the feature sets into your black box is a difficult journey to be in, right? When there is no data. So we were talking about that we are the world's first intelligent agriculture cloud, and this was inspired by, when we are cloud agnostic, so we sit on Azure, or we can sit on GCP, or we can sit on Amazon. And we have built a lot of solutions working with the large clients, government, dev agencies, and the applications which are getting used in the farm today. There is an ingest pipeline which we have built for the scale, and there are models we have built, but we can't solve all the problem. So what we did was we brought all this together as a box, and we're calling it as a industry cloud, where not only Cropin is going to build solutions for the industry, but even the developers, analysts, the enterprises who can extend this solution. So if they want to, if they want to solve certain problems, they don't have to come to Cropin, but our Cropin AI lab is going to interface with them to solve those problems as well. While their data scientists, analysts can have hands-on, open a Jupyter notebook and interact with the data and build new insights on top of it. So today, when we started, we were quite small. I think AgTech was not even the term. Nobody wanted to invest in agriculture because it was more government-driven, a lot of risk, politically motivated, and no investor wanted to touch this sector, or neither there was any fund dedicated towards the agriculture, right? Now that these terms were coined, post 2014 and 15, when mainstream investors started looking at it. We bootstrapped for a very long time. Today we operate in 56 countries. We manage 7 million growers on our platform. On 25 million acres of production we manage every year of 488 crops and 10,000 plus odd varieties. We have office, and we operate from Hague subsidiary, and we recently created a subsidiary in Singapore and US, and we have sales and marketing in Brazil and in Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. If you look at, we started with India. We have crop knowledge graph for more than 300 crops. We went to Africa, we went to LATAM, we got Asia Pacific, Europe. Now we are in US as well, where customers are using it. Now this is very important to understand when you are building a large scale AI platform. You need to have a diversity and the scale of the data, and that has to keep growing because there is a climate is changing, the crop patterns are changing, and in order to feed all those changing patterns in your model and keep it abreast for giving a consistent result, it's very, very important to have that cyclic data refilling machine, right? These are some of the client base which we work globally. We have also done a lot of study on what kind of impact we are creating, to right from optimizing the cost on the farm, growing the revenue, reduce risk. So we predict disease for what disease can hit your farm in next 15 days, which can create a loss of 30 to 40% or a quality loss, which will reduce the ability to earn more, right? And there are multiple value we have generated through our data and technology. We do a lot of work with dev agencies like WWF, World Bank, Mercy Corps, where we engage with the smallholder farmers, and we try to either build a climate smart agriculture, where climate adaptation in agriculture to support the smallholders, or to working on building a traceability for them so that the crop can be exported. So we are already working globally with the smallholders. In Africa, we are working with 3 million farmers on AGRA program so that we can build the market linkages, and all this right advisory for the better quality can be created. These are some of the programs we are working in India. So we worked on the climate smart agriculture, where we help smallholder farmers to adapt to changing climate in Bihar and MP, and currently we are working with Jharkhand government as well. We work with Punjab Agri Export Corporation, which is Pegraxo government body, where they want to create whatever seed they are producing, they want to have a multi-generation traceability of those seeds, so that the counterfeit doesn't go into the market. So we provide them at the scale. We work with SBI for lending in 8 of their circles, where we provide data intelligence for them to underwrite a loan. And there are various products, right? So we also support Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, where we give them intelligence on every gram panchayat, which crops are growing, what is the yield, so that the payout can happen faster. Very quickly, this is some of the screenshot of our products. So, there are applications where you can manage your growers. You can see intelligence on every farm asset which you are managing on our platform. There is a traceability solutions. This is the intelligence platform where you can compute at the scale of a country, and you will know that which farm has gone for soybean or a sugarcane, what is the health, when did the sowing happen, what is the yield forecast for this particular farm, and then that farm cluster builds a village, and then this pin code, district, state, and the country, right? So we can do it at the scale. To give you an example, this is the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. We have taken an example of one of the Gram Panchayat where we worked in 8 states and more than 10 crops for them. And this is soybean. We are predicting soybean here. Then what is the total acreage of soybean and what is the yield at the Gram Panchayat level, so that the payout can happen faster. We also did a lot of analysis. What is the impact of the high rainfall and the flood on the yield potential? Okay, I'll just quickly skip that.
Sorry, because we're running late.
Okay. So there are only 2-3 slides, and they are just skip slides. Okay. So we did we computed the whole Nigeria for the wheat, which farms are gone for wheat, and what is the yield prediction for the government, and that data is published on their National Statistical Bureau as well. We have already sipped this intelligence on 34 crops in 12 countries, so right from developed nation to developing nations, and different crops, different use cases. And yeah, we want to compute 1/3 of the planet by 2025, and we want world to plug in to solve some of the complex challenges in agriculture together. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we're going to do a quick, discussion with the panel, and then I'll open it up for a few questions, and then, of course, they're all available over lunch for you to ask them. Let me start with Sujit. Sujit mentioned that he took the IAS exam and didn't make it, which is why he decided to set up $100 billion company and won about $5 or $6 billion company, which is not a bad thing to do if you fail the IAS exam. He's created so many jobs, wealth for himself and wealth for others. So I want to ask Sujit, if he were to put himself in the IAS and back in government, suppose he were, what is the one thing he wants government to do, which government is not doing so far, and one thing which government should stop doing, which it is doing?
That's a very difficult question, sir. Like I said already, I was not fit into UPSC, I realized after going into the process. But definitely, when we have grown up, our childhood image was the IAS officer can change. I think that's how we carry that image. Definitely, when you become grown up, you have biases, you know more and more details. But like if you ask me in my journey, and definitely I'm talking about the ecosystem which is growing and creating lots of modern economy, modern job, defining what is the direction. I think one thing I realized as a feedback from the investor community, from the startup, outside a startup who wanted to come to test their product and all, I think policy consistency is one of the most important aspects. The consistency and the enforcement both, and the clarity, because most of the time the problem is the clarity and lots of how to say that consultancy thrives on those in absence of those clarity, and that's where I think there are lots of efforts going on. More every day, passing day, clarities are coming, but still we have to do a lot. That's I believe. But I think certificate, you can say that the award or the recognition of the policy consistency, if you'll see today, we are the largest FDI attractor, so means definitely we are in the right direction, and it's like we want more, definitely that's where I am asking. And I'm not comparing anything, I'm just saying that our current government, which has all the mandate, and have all the power to bring those changes, which has happened almost after 30 years of getting the clear mandate. And this is a great opportunity, I think, as a policymakers, policy watchdog. I think we have to bring those clarity. And look, they're always positive, and definitely we can ask for more. But the intent of the government, I have seen where the government is reaching out to the door and have putting the effort to understand what they want. I think it's a great, it has started almost 5, 6, 10, 8 years back, and it is yielding already lots of result. Definitely we need to speed up our execution. I think that's the only thing. Yeah, so policy clarity, policy consistency, policy enforcement, I think those are the things. And database decision, like lots of compliances already, Rishi has said that. I never realized that, though we run the organization. But one thing I agree, the compliances costs are very high. The number of vendors, kind of direct vendor, indirect vendors, optimizations, lots of creativity goes. Your executive itself suggests, hey, we should not enroll them. These are the problems. These are the things. I think we have to make it more clear to generate better employment, quality employment, graded employment. Yeah, so I think we are on the right path. Just we have to do more. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Vijay. Rishi, if I were to come to you, you gave specific examples of why should government be checking lifts or an electric DG set. You're assuming that the private sector will do it better. Now we see enough examples every day. Just open the page 3 of any paper. You see buildings falling down. You see people getting trapped in elevators. How can, then it comes down to who is supposed to regulate them. If you leave self-regulation to the businesses, how are you so confident that they'll do it themselves? Which is why you probably need government in the first place. So why do you presume in some of your, that self-regulation is a better path towards ease of doing business?
So I'm talking about creating capacity to do a good job of doing whatever you are doing. Now, today a legal metrology officer who is responsible for weights and measures, can you believe one legal metrology officer oversees about 50,000 to 1 lakh devices? There are only 230 business days in the year. That individual has to certify new devices, certify new vendors, new manufacturers, at the same time recalibrate the existing ones. Under no circumstances, and government can do a deep study on that, even 10 people can do a decent job of doing what is required. So basically, whoever can pay the convenience fee stands in front of the line and gets the job done. Now the question is, the PUC model, right, where you have millions of micro entrepreneurs, lots of convenience, and a technology-based framework which has evolved. I'm sure a number of you have had an experience where you can get a certificate without actually putting a probe in the, exhaust of your vehicle. But today, with technology coming in, pictures being taken, the probe data directly getting available to RTO, all of that is happening, and that's where the framework, the control has to be built in technology, so people cannot do whatever they want, but capacity gets created so that opportunities for rent seeking can go away.
So let me push you back a little. Since you work with state government, and we have in this room Maharashtra, I see Commissioner Industries Karnataka, who led the ease of doing business report, where we were ranked #1, despite all the problems that you showed us. We have officers from UP, Andhra Pradesh, from the Northeast. So in your interaction with various state government, which state government do you find as the most proactive in wanting to do ease of business in the real sense, not in PowerPoint?
Sure. So we did a lot of work with the state government of Punjab back about a couple of years ago, focused on MSME. I've been working with the state government of Karnataka on the same subject. And where I'm coming from is, these are states which are acknowledging that we have a problem, right? A lot of states think, and I have had interactions with other states, and I'm not going to name them here, people think they don't have a problem, right? If I show them the data, they'll tell me, oh, I have done 200 things. But some of the arguments I have is, slip in the shoe of an entrepreneur and feel the world of regulatory cholesterol from their perspective, you will not dare do business another day.
Mr. Datta, if I may come to you. Many people believe analytics and data science is something like a snake oil. It is not something which really happened, but it's manipulation of data. We have some of the most prominent private equity funds in the country talking about analytics being snake oil. Whereas you've shown some very impressive examples where you have collaborated with government. Where do you fall in this debate? Is it snake oil, or is it actually something where you mine data and find out actionable insights which even government can act on?
So your questions are becoming more and more dangerous. So I think, I forget who said it, but somebody said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I think maybe to some it appears as magic and it appears as snake oil. I think, and to a certain extent, I think the enemy of the industry has been the overall hype, because for media and for people, it's the science fiction side of where things can go that gets a lot of attention and detracts from the real sincere efforts that are happening on the ground, like what we heard about agriculture. Look at what ability it has to revolutionize the lives of the farmers, right? And similarly, the kind of things that we show. So I think there is a lot that data has to tell as a story on its own, and we should harness that. And the only thing I would add, what I showed in my presentation, that don't forget the human. If the narrative becomes machine against human, then we are bound for failure. The narrative has to be machine plus human.
If I may push you back a little bit, you are probably on the way to becoming the Palantir of India, if not the Palantir of the world, and you're very much going in their footsteps. However, when I look at your balance sheet and your numbers, your business from government is tiny. You've shown some very impressive examples. What is holding back Fractal from becoming the Palantir of India when it comes to doing more business with government? Is the problem on the government side, or is there lack of appetite from companies like Fractal and others?
So I think I would honestly, welcome any suggestions from the government on how we could do things more. We've tried to work with the government. We've done some very successful work. I'll be very frank. It's easier to work when it is pro bono than when it is paid. So there is some soul searching to be done on both sides on how we can make it more successful. I think we are missing an opportunity here. Look, we are becoming the powerhouse for the world in AI and analytics. And if we don't do it in our own backyard, and there is a sincere interest in giving back to the country for all of the people who gain from our education system, our society values, etc. I think we have to come together and see how to make that happen, because the applications, especially in areas like defense and all, are humongous.
Krishna, to you, before I open it up to the audience, you have all the building blocks in place. You've pivoted a couple of times, which I'm aware of. Why aren't you creating a national digital agri marketplace? You have all the elements of it. You're doing traceability. You're bringing together various aspects of the agri value chain. What is stopping you from actually becoming a marketplace? Why do you think I asked that question? Why do you think I asked that question? Because he's sitting right there and he's the boss of the market.
No, I think we want to stay where we are. We want to go deep in what we do. We are building a technology stack, which today almost all Amazon is my customer today. Dehat and Ninja Kart and all these guys are talking to us. We had some good interaction with Udan team as well, right? So we are building the stack on which the innovation in agriculture will get built, and we want to devote more time. A lot of focus is on building these AI models to understand, building the crop knowledge graph to understand and bring the predictability and capability of prescription so that the customers can take advantage of it, right? They are busy doing their e-commerce or solving many other challenges of supply chain. And we can be that core engine at the center, whether it's government, whether it's dev agencies, or whether it's enterprise clients. Yeah.
Can I have a couple of quick questions from the audience? Yes, Mrs. Sujata Sonik, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very provocative session, as I'm sure everyone in this room will agree.
No, I think you need to, you're not very audible. Yeah.
Yeah. I said this has been a very provocative session, so a lot of food for thought, very interesting ideas presented here. So my question, first of all, is to Mr. Rishi Agarwal. Couple of years ago, Maharashtra did a whole ease of business, easing of regulations, and it was a very comprehensive exercise where each department was asked to look into its regulatory framework and reduce the number of permissions required. So you didn't specifically mention if Maharashtra had improved or not. So I was curious to know about that. That's my first question. I have one more, but I'll wait for you to answer the
So ma'am, you are putting me in a tight spot here. But, last few years, as I mentioned, literally every state in the country has added ease of doing business to its lexicon. And I've been a party to some of these conversations at the union government level in a couple of states that we have worked with. The intention to transform regulatory ecosystem is absolutely there in majority of the states that we work. However, it is easier said than done. If you give a list of compliances to a department, they will come back with 4%, 5% reduction here and there, because the lens with which the rationalization needs to be done in majority of the departments as an actor, that lens is very limited. They do not understand the fact that there is so much duplication and redundancy. I'll give you an example of just wage register, and not taking a specific state example here. Every state typically has 10 to 12 register formats for just wage register. And an entrepreneur is supposed to produce the wage register in 10 to 12 formats because the ESIC and PF need it at a central and union level, but the acts like payment of wages, equal remuneration, payment of bonus, all of these departments and their inspectors have specified formats. Now, if you look at it from an entrepreneur's perspective, I pay wages one time in 30 days, but I produce 12 different registers to certify to 12 different departments that I've paid it correctly, because they have a form 5 here and form 10B there and form 15C. You go to every department, they will tell you that I have only one wage register, but from an entrepreneur's point of view, there are 14.
Okay,
Rishi, sorry to interrupt you in the interest of time.
I have one more question.
Can I offer it to somebody else? You asked yours. What he's in sum and substance, he's trying to say it's very complicated. Hire team leads RegTech and he'll tell you how to do it. Okay. Any other question, please? Yes, Amit.
Yeah, I was listening and I came a little bit late, but I just want to say...
Kashmir government. He's the Secretary Administrative Reforms, J&K.
As well as Secretary Mining. I'm handling 2 departments. So I just wanted to make few observations, and then first of all, JK has gone through...
If you don't mind, we are really late.
Within
Just the
30
question.
seconds.
Get to the question.
Yeah. So we have incorporated a lot of administrative reforms in the past, and we are in the middle of it. Like one of my deliverables in AR department is introducing GPR. So which is part of your domain, which we're just talking about. So here I would like to take this opportunity to welcome any of the startups who are sitting here to JK. With a red carpet welcome, and we have a lot of things to offer. But the thing is how early you come. So I think sir has given me very limited time. So
unless I could forum to make a pitch for investments for J&K. Then we move to the last question there.
Thank you.
You had the question. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Shantanu Bhutmare. I'm Commissioner and Secretary AR&T Government of Assam and DLR Assam. So when we talk about startups and the government working together, there are 3 things personally as a bureaucrat which I have felt. which stops me from working with any new enterprise. And these three things are, essentially we talk about precedents in the government. We need to have a precedent of certain things that we have done. Second thing about the risk of failure, because you talk about enterprise, it's essentially we cannot afford to risk a failure. And third thing, we focus on cost as vis-a-vis value. We don't focus as much on value. So if we want to work this together, are there any legal frameworks or anything that really needs to be created where, because there is a proprietary solution, if I'm working with someone, my perception doesn't go that I'm working to favor someone and thereby, compromise on the integrity part, which is so, sort of.
Shantanu, who is the question directed to?
So it's mostly Rishi, actually.
Quick answer.
So different governments have been working, there are frameworks, there are precedents. I mean, we've done formal projects with certain state governments. So I think the precedents are there. On the financial side, these numbers that we talk about are very, very low numbers. I mean, these are not high numbers for any of these projects to happen. Experience, precedents, all of these are there. I mean, I can talk to you offline and discuss some of these examples, but if there is an intention, things can be figured out.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the panel for their time. And a couple of them have come from outside Bangalore. Sandeep has come from Delhi. Rishi has come from Pune, specifically for this event. I'm extremely grateful to all of you. Before we end, Shankar.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, very absorbing session and the right session to head all of us towards the lunch table. Before we go there, I would request Srivatsa Krishna ji to kindly give away mementos to all the esteemed panelists. And as he said, they are available offline, so some of the questions can be posed to them. And all of you kindly come forward for a pic. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is your final chance to put your hands together. So please give a huge round of applause. One of the best sessions. But the events are not yet over. There is still a field visit, which will be quite interesting. You need to visit NESCOM, and thereafter there will be a drone demonstration and workshop. Hope you all have the details. So enjoy your lunch and then be available for the field visit. Thank you very much. Namaskara, and all of you, please take care. As Dr. Srivatsa Krishna said, kindly have a quick lunch of about 20 to 30 minutes, and the buses are waiting outside the reception, and then you can board the buses and head towards probably in the range of 2:30 to 2:45. Thank you.